where we further questioned them.
Yes.
What we questioned them about.
No, well, it's not in dispute that they then made certain admissions to you. Those admissions are not in dispute. You may testify about that.
My Lord,
Well,
at that stage, both Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos admitted to being drug users. They said that they use tip.
Op daardie stadium het beide beskuldigde 1 en 3 aanvaarding gesê dat hulle dwelms gebruik, hulle toe was hulle gebruik tip.
It was further established by Ms. Smith that she had an arrangement with a local man that she would...
it's not necessary. Don't go there. It's not necessary.
Understood. But okay, they both admitted to using drugs, and but they still denied any involvement in the disappearance.
Just one moment. Ms. Swanepoel. The portion that you've stopped the witness on, is it inadmissible evidence?
My Lord, that would be inadmissible character evidence. I don't think it's necessary to adduce that evidence.
Yes, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, my Lord. That evening, so you determined they are still saying they have no involvement in this. What happened to them after you had now questioned them? Where did they go?
Well, I didn't take them in. I excused them from the interview.
So do you know where they slept that night?
I'm unsure, my Lord.
The next day, Wednesday, the 21st of February. Please tell us what happened on that day.
My Lord, the morning of the Wednesday, the investigation continued. I made use of our forensic social worker, Captain Benham.
Mr. Benham.
Captain Benham. She assisted in interviewing the friend that I mentioned to the court that was confirmed to have not seen Joslin.
Sy het toe aangevoer met die vriend wat ek aan nog van gedeel het dat sy die persoon was wat Joslin gesien het.
Atandiwe.
No, the other friend.
Oh, the other one.
Nee, Atandiwe, maar die ander vriend.
She also assisted me in interviewing and obtaining a statement from Joslin's brother, Requin.
Sy het my ook toe gehelp aan begesit om verklaring te kry van Requin, die broer van Joslin.
My Lord, there was further leads that we followed.
Daar was ander lede wat ons opgevolg het.
Ligting
wat ons opgevolg het hierdaar.
There was a sighting of Joslin at Wellington's KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Daar was ook gehoor geweest dat Joslin sou gesien word by Wellington, se KFC.
So I requested from my colleague who also works for our unit, Sergeant Hendricks, to follow up that information.
Ek het toe op een van sy lede, Sergeant Hendricks, gevra om dit inligting op te volg.
I'm just going to interrupt you there. I saw that you were uncertain about whether it's Wellington or not. If your affidavit indicates Malmesbury, would that be correct?
That would be correct.
Okay.
Gezien jy wil in verband met Wellington, as die verklaring is verklaar dan melding maar van Malmesbury dat dit reg is.
The Malmesbury,
Dit is Malmesbury.
Malmesbury KFC.
That's correct, my lord.
Malmesbury is 'n KFC.
Okay.
I would like to say, my lord, that it is a 5-page statement and a lot happened, so I could sometimes mix that up a little bit.
There is, of course, the possibility that you can refresh your memory if you need to.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's admissible in law. So if you're uncertain, make the request and we'll see how to deal with it. Okay.
Thank you, my lord.
Requested Sergeant Hendricks to follow up on this lead about Malmesbury KFC. What was the result?
Hier toe vir Sergeant Hendricks gevra om meer informasie op te volg van KFC Malmesbury. Wat was die uitslag?
He did inform me, my lord, that he viewed the footage and by then he had also seen what Joslin looked like and he confirmed that this was definitely not Joslin.
Hy het toe gesê hier nog waar ek het die video-opname na gekyk, aangesien hy min of meer geweet het hoe Joslin lyk, hy het toe verder bevestig dat die persoon nie Joslin was.
You also determined the identity of another person that frequents the house. Who was that?
Hy het ook ander identiteit gekry van 'n ander persoon wat so nou en dan na hierdie sou gaan. Wie sou die persoon wees?
That's correct, my lord. That could be a cousin of Miss Smith, identified as Danilo, nicknamed Milo Julius.
Dit is neef of niggie van Mevrou Smith, neef van Mevrou Smith met die naam van Milo Julius. Danilo Julius.
Yeah, Danilo Julius alias Nilo.
That's correct, my lord. So he was interviewed. He couldn't provide any information that was useful.
En hy was toe as 'n onderhoud gevoer, maar hy kon geen inligting gegee wat van belang is.
You also spoke to a shepherd. Is that correct?
Hy het ook met 'n persoon die naam van Shepherd gepraat.
Yeah. Not his name is not Shepherd. He has another name and surname, but he is a shepherd boy.
Hy is 'n skaapwagter.
That's correct, my lord.
Dit is reg so maar
There was more information that we received.
as meer inligting wat ons ontvang het,
This person, the shepherd, he informed me, I interviewed him, he informed me that he had seen, I believe he said it was the morning of the Tuesday morning.
die wagter het gesê ek dink dit was maandagoggend, die dinsdagoggend.
He was on his piece of land where he looks after sheep.
Hy was op hierdie land waar hy agterkyk het na skaap.
Just hang on there just for a second. This shepherd, his name is Spamandla Magodla, and an affidavit was indeed obtained from him. Is that correct?
Hierdie persoon se naam is ons Pamanda Magoda, is 'n verklaring van gekry.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so julle waar.
Then you may proceed.
Jy kan maar voortgaan.
He indicated to me that on that morning he was on the farm in the early morning
Hy sê op hierdie dag was hy vroegoggend op die plaas
and he saw two persons jump his fence coming from the outside field carrying shovels.
hy het toe twee persone gesien voor sy heining so klim. Dit hulle het 'n grawe wil gehad.
I did ask him at that stage if he would be able to identify these persons.
Ek het hom gevra of hy die persone kan identifiseer.
I also asked him off the bat whether it might have been the parents of the child.
Ek het hom gevra of dit moet die kinders van die ouers van die kind sou wees.
He then informed me that he had, because it was all over the news already then, my lord, that he had seen pictures of Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos, and it was definitely not them that he had seen.
Want het uit toe gesê, alhoewel dit oor die dis al was helemaal, maar hy het toe gesien, maar hy het gesê dit was definitief nie, die Smith en Carol.
Were you able to follow this any further?
Kon u dit verder opneem?
Yes, my lord, it was the following day's investigation.
Ja, eerbaar, dit is in verband met volgende dagse onderzoek.
You may tell us about that.
U kan ons daarvan vertel.
So this is now Thursday, the 22nd of February. 22nd of February.
Dus nu dit donderdag de 22e van februari.
That's correct, my lord. I believe it was on this day, my lord, that we had a briefing with the commander of the district, Major General Dianti.
Ek dink dit was die dag waar ons toe aangespreek was deur die owerhede van die aarde.
All right.
District, Dianti.
Dianti.
Major General Dianti.
Dianti.
If I may assist, Major General Dianki, spelled D-I-Y-A-N-T-I, the West Coast District Commander.
That's correct, my lord.
Dit is Dianti, soos ek gespel.
Just spell it again.
D-I-Y-A-N-T-I. That's Major General Dianki, the West Coast District Commander.
Are you sure of the spelling?
My lord, that's the spelling in the affidavit. He is not on the list of state witnesses. He's not a witness, but this is the spelling in the affidavit. It might be an incorrect spelling. I suspect it might be Y and then I, but that's how it is spelled in the affidavit.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, my lord. Yes, you had a briefing by Major General Dianki and
Hier was toegespreek deur die Major General Dianki en
It was the senior management of the area, my lord, and it was me briefing them on the process of the investigation.
ek het toegespreek aan die proses en onderzoek.
It was also then, my lord, that we followed up this information of Mr. Makotla.
Dit is ook ongelukkig informasie opgevolg van meneer Makotla.
We had more resources deployed, so we had the provincial K9 with us again, as well as the SABC helicopter.
Ons het meer hulp gekry in verband met verskillende rigtings en dan die K9 unit en die helikopter van SABC.
We searched the area behind the farm of Mr. Makotla, but okay, it's a very big open field area.
Ons het toe die plek agter meneer Makotla se plaas soek. Dit is wel 'n groot stuk op veld.
The search there yielded no results.
Hierdie opsoek daar het vir geen resultate gegee nie.
There were several other leads we also followed up on that day.
Op hierdie dag het ons ander informasie opgevolg.
There was information by the reservoir in Saldanha.
Daar was informasie in verband met die reservoir in Saldanha.
There was an open drain by the reservoir with a green bin inside the drain.
Daar was 'n oop drain gewees met 'n groen binne-in.
So we followed up that lead.
Hierdie informasie het ons opgevolg.
There was information that came from the community.
Daar was informasie gekry van die gemeenskap.
There was an open shack near the residence of Ms. Smith.
Daar was 'n oop hokkie gewees naby die huis van meneer Smith.
Now, inside this shack was It was reported to be wet cement inside the shack, the floor of the shack.
En hierdie ook hokkie was dan informasie dat nat cement sou wees op die vloer sou maak was van nat cement.
We followed up that lead. It was confirmed not to be the search and rescue members done there. They said it's wet sand. It did resemble cement. We did dig, but it also yielded no result.
Die reddingsspan het dit opgevolg, maar dit was anders opgedreid dat het nat sand was, maar dit geen resultate het gegee.
Sorry, just for completeness sake, also the green bin in the drain at the reservoir, that was followed up. Did that yield any positive results?
Hierdie groen drom en hierdie naby die reservoir het dit enige resultate gegee?
It did not.
Niks enige.
On that day, my Lord, we also had the municipality come in to drain the water, stagnant water pools that I mentioned earlier.
Ons het ook die munisipaliteit gevra om hierdie staande water te verwyder, dit op te.
The community identified a red residue in one of the pools.
A residue, a rooi residue.
Die gemeenskap het ook 'n rooi residue in die pool en in die staande water in die staande sloot gesien.
So we drained the pool, and I brought out members of the local criminal record center.
Hierdie het as die water uitgehaal, ek het die plaaslike kriminele rekordsenders aangevra.
Who, upon viewing the residue, indicated to me that it's not blood, it's just a moss.
Toe hulle daarna kyk het hulle gesê dit is nie bloed nie.
There was also nothing found inside the pools.
Dit was ook gevind in die pool.
It's not blood, it's just a moss, a red-colored moss. Is that what you said?
As 'n rooi kleurige mos, nie bloed nie, maar die kleurige mos.
Yes, something in that line, my Lord.
Dis iets in daai rigting hier.
Okay. Atandiwe Mkobi.
Yes, my Lord. Constable Sekobe obtained Atandiwe's statement. She was the other friend that I mentioned that we identified on the first day.
Dus rest van hulle waren kaptein het toe afgetaan gekry van Atandiwe. Wat so moes dit kan so gesien.
And did that yield any positive information?
Het dit enige positiewe informasie gegee?
No, my Lord.
Nee, heeltemal.
But the affidavit was obtained and was also found, correct?
Die verklaring is gekry en dit was ook gevind. Dis reg.
That's correct, my Lord.
Dis reg so heeltemal.
I believe there was another sighting information in Saldanha, Charlie's fish shop.
Daar was 'n ander gesien gewees in Saldanha, met Charlie's viswinkel.
Yes, my Lord. There was a sighting at Charlie's Fish Shop. I requested a detective from Saldanha SABC to follow it up for me.
Dit het toespeel gevra om die inligting van Saldanha SABC die inligting op te volg.
He did contact me afterwards and informed me that he did view the footage, and he also it didn't yield any results.
Hy het ook nie geskakel en gesê het gekyk na die opname. Ek het ook gesê daar was geen resultate wat kon gevind word.
Positiewe results.
Positiewe resultate wat kon gevind word.
Now, seeing that you had become aware of Mr. Stefano van Rijn,
Aangesien die toe ook ongeluk was in verband met meneer Stefan van Rijn.
What did you do in that regard?
Wat het u daarvan gedoen?
My Lord, Mr. Van Rijn was interviewed on that day at his residence.
Meneer Van Rijn was onderhoud met hem gevoerd op die dag by sy woning.
Did you interview him?
U het met hom 'n onderhoud gevoerd.
I was present, yes. I also posed questions to him.
Dit was teenwoordig nie.
Yes.
He indicated, my Lord, that he was indeed there that day.
Hy het toe gesê, eerlikwaar, hy was wel daar die dag.
He denied being aware of what happened to Joslin or that he had any involvement.
Hy het toe verwerp dat hy enige iets gehad met mevrouw Joslin en hy betrokken was nie.
He further speculated that he had a theory on what happened to Joslin.
Hy het verder spekuleer dat hy sekere teorie het en wat met Joslin gebeur het.
He indicated to us that Ms. Lombard, who was mentioned earlier,
En hy het toe gesê dat die persoon wat daar voor was, mevrouw Lombard,
her partner or husband, I don't know if they're married, his name is Ayanda.
haar kerel, die persoon wat sy mee was, ek weet nie of getroud was nie, die persoon wat sy mee was, sy naam was Ayanda.
And he indicated that Ayanda is a Xhosa male
Hy het toe gesê dat Ayanda 'n Xhosa man is,
and that he knows that Ayanda is currently facing financial difficulties.
hy het toe gesê, hy weet dat Ayanda sekere finansiële probleme staan.
So he had a theory, my Lord, that Joslin could have been kidnapped by Ayanda and that she was sold for booty.
Hy het toe voorgegee dat Ayanda so Joslin verkoop het,
Kidnapping?
daarvoor aanvoering
And?
en verkoop het vir motie.
Yes. Did you follow that up, sir?
En die dit toe opgevolg,
We did follow it up, my
hoe
Lord.
dit opgevolg eerlijk.
Ayanda's and Ms. Lombard's premises was searched,
Die woning van Ayanda en mevrouw Lombard was toe deurgesoek.
and Ms. Lombard was questioned on this information again.
Meneer Lombard was toe gevra oor in verband met die informasie beheer.
Sorry, when did this happen?
Wanneer sou dit plaasgevind het, wanneer sou dit gebeur het?
I believe it was the following day.
The following day, yes.
Ek glo dat dit die volgende dag sou wees.
Friday, the 23rd of February, 2024.
So die vrijdag is die 23 Februarie die jaar 2024.
Correct, my Lord.
Reg so eerlik.
All right. Please tell us about that.
Kan u vir ons daarvan vertel?
About Friday.
Yes, that Friday. You searched the house of Mr. Ayanda and Miss Lombard. And
Hier die huis van meneer Ayanda en meneer Lombard deursoek.
did you find anything there?
Het u enigiets gevind wat daar?
We did not find anything at the house, my Lord.
Ons het niks by die woning gekry nie eerlikwaar.
Further, what we did on Friday
Wat ons verder gedoen het op die vrijdag,
was with interviewing Ms. Smith and Mr. Paulus, we learned, as they had already confirmed that they are drug users,
ons het verder in die onderhoud met meneer Paulus en meneer Smit gevoer, aangezien ons het geweet het dat hulle persoon is wat dwelms gebruik.
we learned that the place where they purchased their drugs from was a house in Raylan Street in Middelpos.
Ons het toe uitgevind dat hulle 'n plek waar hulle hierdie van hulle werkers van hulle koop sou wees in
So on that Friday,
Middelpos.
yes, on that Friday we
Just a
obtained
moment,
the
just
search
a-
warrant.
Just one moment.
I didn't get to the house. Just Middelpos, but not the place.
No.
Reilandstraat in Middelpos.
Can I continue?
Yes, just repeat what you just said because we were all speaking at the same time. So,
Yeah, the
Uh,
interpreter did not interpret the address. It's now been interpreted.
indeed. my
That
lord.
was Raylan Street, and now you can go back to the obtaining the search warrant.
Yes, thank you, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. We obtained a search warrant to search the premises.
Ons het tot hier soek laasbrief gevind, gekry om hierdie perseel te besoek.
Which we did do on that Friday.
Dit het ons het dit gedoen op hierdie Vrydag.
It was confirmed that this residence is indeed a place where narcotics and dacha was being sold.
Dit was te bevestig dat hierdie woning narkose en dagga sou verkoop.
We did not find Joslin there,
Ons het Joslin nie daar gekry nie.
nor did it seem like there were any evidence that they were keeping somebody hostage or housing somebody like that.
Daar was ook geen getuie dat hulle die persoon daar teen die persoon sou hou nie.
Do you know the name of this person or what he is called?
Nou, wat weet nie wat die naam van die persoon is, hoe die persoon genoem word.
Only by nickname, my lord.
Net by nie, by sy bynaam eerlikbaar,
They call him Gums.
Yes.
hulle noem hom Kams.
And you say that after you'd also searched the house of Mr. Ayanda and Miss Lombard, you also questioned her further about this theory of Mr. Van Rijn. Did that yield any positive results?
Hier het nie toegesê, hier het die huis van hier Ayanda, het hier soek, en hier het die skulden nog weer opgevolg. Het het enige positieve resultaat uitgegeen?
No, my lord. She still denied that whole story and denied further still any involvement in the disappearance of Joslin.
Sy het hierdie storie verwerp, eerlikbaar, en het sy verwerp verder dat enige storie in verband met die storie van Joslin.
Did you again bring in the persons of interest for questioning?
Het die weer persone van belang ondervraag.
That same day, the Friday, the 23rd of
Dieselfde dag,
February?
die Vrydag, die 24ste van Februarie.
I did, my lord.
Ek het eerlikbaar,
And who were they?
wie sou hulle wees?
It was Miss Smith, Mr. Apollos, and Miss Lombard.
Mas die sal juffrou Smit wees, meneer Apollos en juffrou Lombard.
And
En
what was the result thereof? What did you determine?
wat was die resultate wat kon verneem?
My lord, at this stage, it was clear that they weren't, none of these persons of interest were being completely honest. There were inconsistencies in their story.
Eerlikbaar dat het voorkom maar geen van die persone eerlik was nie. Daar was baie probleme verband met hulle stories.
I had difficulty establishing the basic information as it kept on being changed.
Ek het gesukkel om die basiese informasie vast te stellen, aangezien het op elke stadium zo gedreigd wordt.
But at the end, my Lord, I did not have any evidence at that stage to detain any of them, so I excused them from the interview.
Ik heb geen elementen gehad om het aan te houden. Ik heb het laten gaan naar die onderhoud.
Do you know where they were staying at the time when you now let them go? Do you know where they went to, where they would stay?
Toen eerlijk laat gaan op hierdie dag weet ek nie geweet waar hulle woonagtig is, waar hulle zullen gaan, nadat hulle laat gaan het.
My Lord, I wasn't entirely sure. I know that Mr. Apollos, shortly after the investigation started, went to go reside by his parents.
Ek was eintlik verseker nie wat hulle voorkom myself. Toe die ondersoek te begin, dink ek het meneer Apollos aan woonagtig wat by sy ouer.
Ms. Smith at some point stayed, but I don't know if it's a family member, but there was an address where I could find her.
Mevrou Smith, ek dink is 'n familielid, maar die adres waar ek haar kon vind.
And the other two siblings of Miss Smith? The two children, sorry, the children was.
En die ander twee kinders van mevrou Smith.
My Lord, the Requin, no, I believe both stayed by family members, but they weren't kept together. I believe they were kept separate. They were at separate.
Hulle word voorkom as hulle die familielede gehou was, maar nie op dieselfde plek, verskillende plekke waar hulle gehou was.
Now, up until this stage, Sergeant, this was now Friday, the 23rd of February. Had you assaulted any of these persons of interest that you interviewed?
Op hierdie 23ste van Februarie 2024
Up until that time, up until the
tot in die
23rd.
tyd van hierdie persone van belang, het die enige van hulle ingerang.
Well, unless he assaulted them at some other time, why didn't you just ask him at any stage?
I can answer that, my Lord, that at no stage have I ever assaulted any of the accused.
Op geen stadium het ek enige van hierdie persone aangerang.
Did you at any stage observe, see any assault on any of these persons?
Kon u op enige stadium sien of teenwoordig was of kon gesien het wat een van die persone so aangerang was?
No, my Lord.
Nee, helemaal.
You also received information from Beaufort West Police.
U het ook informatie gekry van die West-polisie.
That's correct, my Lord. There was, the information came from SABC members in Beaufort West. Also,
informatie was gekry van lede van West.
it was also about a possible sighting of Joslin in that area at a petrol filling station.
Dit was moontlik dat Joslin sou gesien word in die area by brandstofstasie.
I spoke to detectives of Beaufort West who went to the petrol station, reviewed the video footage there, and informed me that no vehicle of that description was seen on the footage within that time period.
Ek het toe gevra vir die bestuurders van hierdie area om te gaan besigtig na hierdie opname. Hulle het toe verder ingelig waar Gedurende die tyd toe hulle die opname kyk, het hulle geen voertuig gekry met die beskrywing.
I neglected to ask you, with regards to the children of Ms. Smith, was DSD involved at any stage? And if you know, when?
Ek wil net seker maak, ek het uitgelaat om te vra, was DSD betrokken op enige stadium as jy daarvan weet?
I believe they were, my lord. I'm not sure when they got involved.
Ek glo hulle was betrokken, ek weet net ek is nie seker wanneer, as hulle betrokken sou was.
Okay, that brings us to, if I understand it, the next day, Saturday, the 24th of February, 2024. And this was a day,
Saterdag. Dag, dat is die 24ste van Februarie 2024.
we have already heard evidence that on this day there was a huge or large search that took place.
Dit was klaar voor opgeplaas dat hier daar was 'n groot soektocht wat plaasgevind het.
I can confirm, my lord.
Ek kan dit bevestig hier.
Was that the rainy day?
Excuse me, my
Was
lord?
that the day it rained?
That was the Saturday, my lord. That's also the,
Was that the day Mr. Sabola was in zone 6?
that's how I have it, yes, my lord.
So it was a rainy day, according
Indeed,
to Mr.
my lord.
Sabola. Yeah.
Indeed, my lord, that was a rainy day.
Dit was 'n reënige dag.
I don't know whether you can recall, but the colonel said on the day that he was in, I must check the date,
Yes, I'm
When
also
he-
now at this stage feeling a little bit unsure by saying
when he was
yes
leaving
immediately. Because there were two Saturdays. The
The
other
search
Saturday
in
was
zone
when the
6.
Minister Krele was.
yeah, that was the next week. So that was the
Saturday.
only
Yeah.
Saturday it could have been. Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. I'm rather going to leave it to the witness to tell us.
Now,
So-
if he's unsure, then it's fine.
My lord, I can answer.
Kan antwoord hieroor.
I believe the rainy Saturday that's referred to was when Major General Makasalala was already involved.
Ek dink die Saterdag van die reën was die tyd toe Major Kasalala betrokke geraak het.
That was a huge grid search operation that was conducted.
Dit was 'n groot soektocht wat so plaasgevind het.
But that was not this Saturday that we are referring to.
Maar dit is Saterdag wat ons kan meld maar.
Thank you.
So please tell us about this Saturday then, the
Kan u dan
24th of
vertel van
February.
die Saterdag?
Yes, my lord. I had outreach from NGO organizations from Cape Town.
Ek het toe
NGO,
ek het
non-profit,
non-profit organization van Kaapstad
who wanted to come and assist us, as well as the SA Navy base.
hulle het toe gevra om ons te kom help as wel as in Suid-Afrikaanse Navy base.
Yeah, the Navy is adjacent. There's a Navy training facility adjacent to our offices,
Daar is 'n Navy base oorkant ons kantoor.
and they wanted to give us troops to help with the search.
Hulle wil ons lede gee om ons te help met die soek.
So on that day, my lord, the Navy did the perimeter search, the outskirts, the beach, the veld, that dune that the court had seen close to the house. They did the outer perimeter.
Die vloot het hierdie dag in die soek gedoen. Hulle waren op by die duine en by die strand.
And did it yield any positive results?
Het het enige positieve uitslag gegee?
It did not, my lord.
Dat het nie enig waren.
What else did you do on that Saturday, sir,
Wat
except for the
anders het julle
search?
gedoen die Saterdag?
My Lord, on that day we went to Mr. Van Rijn's residence.
Op hierdie dag eerlikwaar is ons toe aan die woning van Rijn.
I had learned that a search party had come to his house and then he had run away.
Ek het toe gehoor dat 'n sekere soektopspan na sy huis toe was. Hy het toe as 'n patrollie is gehardloop.
This search party, is that an official police search party or was that members of the community?
Was dit 'n amptelike polisie soekspan of dat die mense in gemeenskap?
It was members of the community, my Lord.
Dit was mense van die gemeenskap eerlik.
So you were informed that they had gone there, he had run away, then you went there.
Die was ongeluk, hulle was daarheen. Hy het toe weggehardloop en is toe pad daarheen.
That's correct, my Lord.
Dis reg so eerlik.
You may proceed.
Jy kan maar voortgaan.
Under the circumstances, my Lord,
Onder die omstandighede eerlikwaar,
we decided to search his residence at the time.
ons het toe sy woning deursoek op die stadium.
It also yielded no positive results.
Ons het geen positiewe uitslag gekry nie.
You also received a call.
Jy het ook toe oproep ontvang.
Not you, Miss Smith had received a call, is that correct?
Ja, vir Smit het ook oproep ontvang as adres.
That's correct, my Lord. It was a person who claimed to have Joslin with him.
Dit was 'n persoon eerlikwaar wat so gesê het dat hy of sy Joslin met hom met haar
So-
om het.
So just one moment, Ms. Swanepoel. How do you know about the call that Ms. Smith would have received?
Hoe het u toe geweet van hierdie oproep wat jy vir Smit sou gekry het?
My Lord, Ms. Smith was with us on and off during the day.
Eerlikwaar is meneer Smit wat was met ons op hierdie dag.
I actually I'm not sure, I can't remember, but I actually want to say that it might have been that the call came through on my phone and that the person demanded to speak to Ms. Smith.
Ek is onseker, maar ek dink skellig dat hierdie oproep was toch wat doen op my foon. Hierdie persoon het gevra en aangedring dat hy of sy met Smit wil praat.
Because this phone, my Lord, was the number that was made public. It receives a large amount of traffic, like calls and...
Hierdie foon was, sy nommer was toe publiek. Het gedurig klomp oproep ontvang.
But this person did want to speak to Ms. Smith. He claimed that he had Joslin in his possession.
Hierdie persoon het aangedring dat met Smit praat. En dat hy het Joslin by hom gehad.
He also demanded a ransom of 250 rand worth of airtime vouchers.
Hy het toe gevra vir airtime vouchers vir 250 rand.
So this number was, I requested from Vredenburg's crime intelligence personnel to follow up this information and the cell phone number.
Ek het toe vir crime intelligence en Vredenburg gevra om die selfoonnummer op te volg.
The number was linked to a person in Bloemfontein.
Hierdie nommer was gekoppel met 'n persoon in Bloemfontein.
So I made contact with Bloemfontein FCS.
Ek het toe kontak gemaak met Bloemfontein se FCS.
They did send a member out to investigate this.
Hulle het is toe uitgestuur om hierdie informasie te gaan ondersoek.
She reported back to me at the end saying that she spoke to a person.
Sy het toe aan my oorgedra dat sy wel met 'n persoon gepraat het.
This person said to her that he does not know about this number, he does not know about Joslin, and he does not know anything about a call made to us.
Hy het ook die persoon toe gesê, draag jy kennis van die nommer nie, ek draag geen kennis van Joslin nie, ek draag geen kennis van 'n oproep wat sou gemaak was nie.
So all in all, it also did not yield any positive results.
Alles ingeneem het dat er geen positiewe resultate gegee het.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so eerlikwaar.
Thank you. Then Sunday, the 25th of February,
Die Sondag, die 25ste Februarie,
Yes, my lord, that is when Captain Lombard from the organized crime unit in Cape Town came to assist us.
dit is ja eerlikwaar, dis 'n tydjie toe kaptein Lombard van georganiseerde misdaad van die Kaapstad kon help het.
He conducted an interview with Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos
Hy het toe onderhoud gevoer met meneer Apollos, meneer Smith en meneer Apollos
at Vredenburg Detective Office.
by Vredenburg speurderkantoor.
What I did that day, my lord, there was another information or lead that I wanted to follow up.
Wat ek gedoen het op die dag eerlikwaar was ander informasie wat ek opgevolg het.
This was regarding a person who I had learned had committed suicide, who lives in Millopos on the Thursday after Joslin disappeared.
Dit was in verband met 'n persoon wat so selfmoord gepleeg het in Millopos.
So that Sunday, I retraced that person's whereabouts for the Monday.
Ek sou teruggegaan, ek is teruggegaan om te sien waar sou die persoon begin het die maandag.
In the end, my lord, his alibi did check out, and the lead also ended up being
Op die ene van dag het sy alibi toe aanvaar en hierdie op ingeligting het geen positiewe resultate teruggemaak.
can you give us an indication what happened between, because your affidavit then jumps, there's a jump in time to the 29th of February. So in between the 25th to the 29th of February, can you give us an idea whether there was anything positively done with regards to this investigation and any positive results?
Kan u per hof sê tussen die 25ste en die 29ste van Februarie, as hy enige inligting, enige positiewe uitslae het resultate gevind?
My lord, nothing that look, we got a lot of information still and calls.
Ons het 'n hele informasie oproepe gekry hierlaat.
But in those couple of days, there was nothing regarding this case that I did that was worth mentioning in the affidavit.
Niks hierlaat was gevind in die saak.
All right. So then we
Can I
are...
just get clarity? So Captain Lombard came in on the 25th of Feb. Did he officially take over the investigation then already, or was he just assisting you?
On that day, my lord, he was just assisting.
He was just assisting.
Yes.
Op hierdie dag kan sy Kaptein Lombard net kom help.
There were no arrests or anything affected on that day. He just interviewed. Is that correct?
Op hierdie dag was daar geen arrestasie gevoer net om inhouding.
Correct, my
Dis
lord.
reg so hierlaat.
So now we are at the 29th of February, which we now know was a Thursday, the 29th of February.
Ons is nou op die 29ste Februarie. wat kennis van geraad is dat dit was donderdag.
And you were informed of something that happened regarding a political party and their involvement in this investigation.
U was ingelig dat as iets het plaasgevind in verband met enige political party.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so eerlikwaar.
Please tell us about that.
Kan u dan vir ons daarvan sê?
It was brought under my attention that the Patriotic Alliance members the local persons had brought Ayanda as well as Mr. Van Rijn to the police station.
Ek was ingelig eerlikwaar dat die Patriotic Alliance se lede, plaaslike lede vir Ayanda en meneer Van Rijn geneem het na die polisie.
That's the Saldanha police station.
That's correct.
Dis die polisie in Saldanha.
They had learned that we were investigating into these persons.
Hulle het uitgevind dat ons betrokke was in die ondersoek.
And they demanded that these persons be arrested.
Hulle het toe aangedring dat hierdie persoon moet aangehou word.
Arresteer word.
Arresteer word.
Hierdie persone, nie hierdie persoon nie, hierdie persone, meervoud.
Persone helemaal, kort nie mense, hierdie persone
So that
arresteer.
the accused knows. So dis beide dan Ayanda. So
Patriotic Alliance die lede plaaslik het toe aangedring dat Ayanda en meneer Van Rijn gearresteer moet word.
So I addressed them as well as the local council councillors from the other parties.
Ek het hulle toegespreek met ander lede van die ander partye.
I informed them that officially these two persons are not regarded as suspects.
Want ek het voor ingelig amptelik word hierdie persone nie beskou as verdagtes nie.
I further informed them that even if they were, I would not request a member of the public to bring me a suspect. I would go and arrest my own suspect, or I would get a member of SABC to assist me to arrest the suspect.
Ek het voor verder ingelig eerlikwaar dat alhoewel dit so die geval was dat die persone moontlik verdagte sou wees, sou ek nie toelaat dat mense van die gemeenskap persone mee bring om te arresteer nie. Ek sou iemand anders van die lede om die persoon te arresteer.
So, was that the end of that? Did they then go, both Mr. Van Rijn and Ayanda?
Was dit nou die einde van dit as meneer Van Rijn en Ayanda toe weg?
Yes, my lord, but also while Mr. Van Rijn was at the police station,
Ja, eerlikwaar, maar ook die tyd toe meneer Van Rijn by die polisiestasie was.
I took the opportunity to have his statement also be obtained.
That is,
Ek het toe geleentheid geneem dat sy verklaring ook geneem word.
Constable Segobe obtained his statement there at the police station.
Constable Segobe het toe sy verklaring by die polisiestasie afgeneem.
and after the affidavit was obtained, did you also have insight into that affidavit?
Nadat hierdie verklaring toegeneem was, het u insig gehad oor hierdie verklaring.
Yes, my lord, I did.
Ek het hier verklaring.
Okay. Then we get to the next Saturday, and this is the Saturday when Minister Bheki Cele came to visit Saldanha. This is the Saturday, the 2nd of March, 2024.
Ons kom nou na die Saterdag die tweede maand verlede jaar, wanneer Minister Bheki Cele die Saldanha area sou besoek het.
That's correct, my Lord.
Dis reg so eerlik.
Tell us about that day, please, sir.
Kan u verhof sê van hierdie dag?
My Lord, we were all, the unit was there to receive the minister.
Die eenheid was teenwoordig om hierdie minister te ontvang.
And most of that day I was following the entourage where he made his addresses to the public.
Die hele tyd eerlikwaar was ek agterna waar die minister van Wanda en die mense so toespreek.
It was on this day that I also met some of the provincial senior management in the SABC, including Major General Mukashalala.
Dit is die dag van hoof ambtenare van die polisie SABC in Weskaap te ontmoet het. Want dat was Major Mukashalala.
As well as Brigadier Hanana.
Brigadier Hanana, H-A-N-A-N-A.
Hier Hanana. Kan naam net gespel word sodat ek kan volg hierna.
He is on the list of state witnesses, my Lord. Brigadier Hanana will testify if necessary in this matter. So you met both of these senior members.
Maar die eer toe beide hierdie senior lede toe ontmoet.
I did, my Lord.
Ek het eer.
And did you give them an update as to your investigation?
Die ene het hulle toe ingelig in verband met die
Yes, I did, my Lord.
ondersoek. Ja, eerlikwaar.
That same Saturday, late at night, something happened. Tell us about that, please.
Dieselfde Saterdag laat in die aand het iets plaasgevind, sê vir die hof daarvan.
My Lord, there was information on clothing that was found in an open field in Saldanha.
Daar was informasie eerlikwaar van klere wat so gevind was op 'n open veld in Saldanha.
The scene was cordoned off and visited by myself as well as Brigadier Hanana.
Hierdie toneel was toe afgekort en dit toe gaan besoek ek en myself en Brigadier Hanana.
There was clothing collected on the scene that appeared to have a red residue on it.
Kledingstukke is toe samel op hierdie toneel, maar dit voorgekom het op daai eendag iets soos bloedsel lyk.
No, rooi stof.
Rooi stof.
A roy residue.
I did collect these clothing items and I handed them in to the exhibit register at Saldanha SABC.
Ek het hierdie kledingstukke in elkaar gekry en dit ingaan na die Saldanha SABC se
Bewystuk.
register.
Register. And then, is it correct that on Tuesday, what happened after? Just tell us. This was now late Saturday night. According to your affidavit, it was 2300 hours, so it's 11 o'clock at night. What happened then between then and the 5th of March?
Dit was dit was 11 uur aand. Wat het gebeur tussen daai tyd tot met die 5de Maart?
My Lord, by that time, the organized crime unit had joined the investigation and
Op daardie oomblik eerlikwaar die georganiseerde eenheid die ondersoek toe bygestaan.
they were rechecking evidence, doing follow-up interviews.
Hulle het weer gekyk na die bewyse en wanneer hulle weer opgevolg.
So during that period, we were still assisting them,
Op daardie oomblik het ons nog met die persone gehelp.
but we also, I guess we could say we took a step back and returned to normal duties as well.
Ek kan sê dat teruggestaan, terug na sy normale tak.
And on the Monday, I believe you had court.
Maandag glo julle toe afgaan.
The date is-
Monday, the 4th of March, 2024.
Die 4de maand.
Yes, my lord. What happened on that day
Wat
is
gebeur op die dag eerlik?
I had a court appearance the morning, so I went straight to Freedomburg Court.
Ek het 'n verskyning gehad by die hof. Ek is toe na Vredenburg Hof.
Obviously, when you say you had an appearance, it's in relation to a case that you were investigating.
In verband met die saak wat hier ondersoek is.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis regswettig
Just for the record.
So after the court proceedings of the morning, I took a day. I went home.
na die verrigting van die dag, eerder waar ek die dag geneem, ek is toe huis toe.
And I returned to work the following morning.
Ek is toe terug werk die volgende oggend.
And it was on that morning, Tuesday, the 5th of March 2024, that you learned that there had been a breakthrough in this case and that arrests had been made. Is that correct?
As op hierdie dag, die dinsdag die 5de van Maart 2024, dat die eergewone daar 'n breakthrough was in die saak, dat daar arrestasies gevoer was.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis regswettig waar.
Did that end your involvement in the investigation of this case?
Het dit betrokkenheid gestop in die ondersoek van die saak?
Yes, my lord.
Ja, eerder waar.
And if you, after that day and up until today, received any information relating to Joslin or her disappearance, what do you do with that information?
As u van hierdie dag tot vandag as informasie opgeval het van Joslin, wat doen u daarmee?
My lord, my investigation was a missing child. So,
My ondersoek eerder was in verband met 'n vermiste kind.
which is still missing.
Dit is nog die geval dat dit nog vermis is.
So if we do receive information, which we do periodically,
As ons bijvoorbeeld informatie kry wat ons wel zullen moeten kry,
and it can be followed up, then we follow it up.
en as dit kan opgevolg word, sal ons het opvolg.
And do you also give that information to Captain Lombard?
Hierdie informatie sal ieder ook oorhandig aan kapitein Lombard.
Yes, ma'am.
Ja, ja.
The court will just bear with me. During this investigation, this period that you were the investigating officer dealing with this matter,
Gedurende die tyd toe u besig was met die ondersoek van hierdie saak,
and police members and members of the community were participating in searches for Joslin,
polisielede en mense van die gemeenskap het deelgeneem in die ondersoek van Joslin.
what was the position regarding Ms. Smith, accused number 3?
Wat was die posisie in verband met juffrou Smith, beskuldigde nommer 3?
In relation to the searches and search parties?
In verband met die persone wat besig was met die soektog en die soekpartye
And her participation or non-participation?
en deelname en nie deelname.
My Lord, Ms. Smith did not partake in any active searches.
Juffrou Smith het nie deelgeneem met enige aktiewe soek nie, eerlikwaardig.
What about Mr. Apollos, accused number 1?
En meneer Apollos, beskuldig nommer 1,
Neither, my Lord.
hy ook nie eerlik.
And Mr. Van Rijn, accused number 2?
En beskuldig nommer 2, meneer Van Rijn,
Also not, my Lord.
dieselfde geld eerlikwaardig.
Did you know Mr. Van Rijn before you became involved in this investigation?
Het u vir meneer Van Rijn geken, voor u betrokke geraak het in die onderzoek?
No, my Lord, I can actually testify I did not know any of the accused before this investigation.
Nee, eerlikwaardig, en kan wel geteken dat ek geen van die beskuldigdes voor die hof geken voor my betrokkenheid in die onderzoek.
And I want to pose the same question I did earlier.
Dieselfde vraag wat ek voorgebracht het.
I just want to be sure about it, whether I formulated it correctly.
Wil seker maak dat dit reg geformuleer het.
Did you at any stage participate or observe, see any assault on any of the accused persons?
Het u op enige stadium deelgeneem of gesien dat enig van die beskuldigdes aangerand was?
No, my Lord.
Nee, eerlikwaardig.
Thank you, my lord. That is the evidence of this witness.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Adams, you can take it away.
May please, my Lord, my humbly is that we may be taken early tea. Like I'm saying, with 13 written pages of evidence, I just want to clarify my mind. And
Yes, Mr. Adams, we will take the quarter of an hour now. That I will allow. I just have a concern, and I was thinking about it last night. We had an arrangement that the state had to give the defense the list of witnesses for the first week. So I was very surprised, and I was thinking it through, sitting at home last night, why it was only picked up yesterday. I don't want a repeat of that. So, Ms. Swanepoel, you and your team ensure that the defense have their homework when they leave this afternoon with the reference numbers. I don't want to hear the same story next week.
Indeed.
So that everybody knows this afternoon, these are the affidavits I have to work through. And if you don't have it, so that copies are provided. You're not off the hook yet, because it was your duty to give it to them. But they're not off the hook either, because they should have asked for it.
I did provide them, my lord.
We're going to take an adjournment until 5 to 11. It's now 22, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. Court
As the
adjourned.
court, please.
glass of wine or whiskey?
Water?
No, I've got
Water pop sherry?
However,
it.
iyokanye sweet short film. Uyakwazi usenza enjoy lo short noze mama uyafeketha
Uyilo kake.
ayanga afuna kade afuna nandibuya lapha
Njani ungayikagqirha Jones? Akathi begula kanye ufuna ube khona nje ucala
nande khona wena phezulu so wayeze makabodi dala kahlale kanti hayi wena ufuna ukubuya thina zokubuya
andiqondi uzophuma this weekend wena uzohlala
hayi zohlala ukwenza uphuma tule weekend umthengana nezihlangu hayi zohlala endlini into ndiyaqala ukuhamba iveki satshata yosineminyaka i-4 5 6 sitshatile ndiyaqala uhamba iveki
ibheki. Oh,
ngokusaseusta siyoncedisa phana ixesha toyitoya sadrayiva in and out emsebenzini
oh, okay.
so akayithanda akakezi balale yedwa
Ngayiqhela.
akanyanzelele so kuya Sunday
Mna? No, ngizabuya next week but depending ubani ukhoyo.
utshilo
Yeah.
Well, yes, indeed. Good day to you and to the viewers. Of course, we're still here in Saldanha, where the trial into the disappearance of little Joslin Smith is continuing at the Circuit High Court in Saldanha. Of course, during the first half of this morning's proceedings, the investigating officer from Saldanha Police Station, Mayor Milstein, has been giving evidence, and during his evidence he has been describing the extensive search operations that were conducted during those initial days after they were looking for Joslin. He's also been describing various interactions that he had with the accused as they are here today. Of course, Joslin's mother, Kelly Smith, her boyfriend, Jacqueline Apollos, along with the third co-accused, Stefano Van Rijn, face charges of trafficking and kidnapping, and the case is continuing here. With that, back to you in studio.
SABC.
15, my lord.
15 jaar geleden.
Within the SAPS, specifically the Family Violence and Prevention Unit, how many years of service do you have? Years of service do you have?
Dan die eenheid wat jy nou SAMAS, FCS, hoeveel jaar heb jy van daar?
It was since 2020, my lord. So at that time it would have been about 4 years.
Vanaf die jaar 2020 is dat maar op de stadium zo dat 4 jaar is.
Did I get you correctly? 4 years.
Ik ben mooi verstaan, 4 jaar.
Correct, my lord.
Dus de rest weer.
Now, with that kind of experience, as a detective in this unit, when you got the information that Mr. Van Rijn is the friend of Mr. Apollos, did that to you sound like he was a suspect?
Toen ik aangezien ik nou die ondervinding heb van 4 jaar, toen ik ingelukt was dat meneer Van Rijn vriend is van meneer Apollos, het hij hem beschouwd als een verdachte.
I wouldn't say a suspect, my lord. I would say a person of interest rather.
Niet een verdachte zal ik zeggen, maar een persoon van belang.
I'm asking you this question, Mr. Finstein, I'm sorry, because surely Miss Apollos, as an adult male, has many friends, not only my client.
Ik vraag u die vraag, meneer, dat aangezien meneer Apollos nou volwassen is, hij heeft een klomp vrienden met mijn cliënt.
I wouldn't know how many friends the accused has, my lord.
Ik zal niet weten hoeveel vrienden beschuldigd hij in de waren.
Can you maybe explain what you mean by a person of interest in the context of this case? Because it might mean something different when one works with organized crime, just as an example. But in the context of this case, why did you describe Mr. Van Rijn as a person of interest?
Kan u nou verduidelijken hoekom kon u meneer Van Rijn beschouwen als een persoon van belang, aangezien u werkt voor de eenheid van georganiseerde misdaad, van gevaarlijke misdaad?
Maybe I confused the interpreter. The reference to organized crime is merely that it might mean something different in that context.
If the court can allow me, my lord, I think the prosecution were too quick. Before I could finish, I was going to go into context to understand. I should stop waiting for me making mistakes and then something. If I make the impression, I'm going to be very affected as far as my confidence is concerned. The person should wait and then rectify it and ask the court to do that for me, please. And can the court please protect me?
Okay. Continue, Ms. Mkapai.
Thank you, my lord.
Sorry, my lord, should I answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay. The word, I use the word person of interest rather than suspect. When I say suspect, if I'm looking for a suspect or I'm considering a person to be a suspect in a case, that means that I have more than reasonable grounds to believe that this person committed the crime. A person of interest in this regard would be witness / possible suspect. So I would, to answer the question, less than a suspect, but definitely somebody we were looking at as either somebody that could provide evidence to this case or could be involved.
'n persoon van belang eerlikwaar is verskil as dit sou sê die persoon is verdagte. En verdagte sal beskou word as 'n persoon wat moontlik kan bygevoeg word, 'n persoon kan gesien word as 'n verdagte in 'n saak. Maar 'n persoon van belang moontlik kan 'n persoon help in verband met 'n ondersoek, 'n persoon kan moontlik getuies aflewer, dis 'n persoon van belang. Dit kom sê hy was 'n persoon van belang.
Mr. Steyn, the information you got at that present
Die informasie wat ek gekry het op daardie hele oomblik
was only that Mr. Van Rijn is the friend of Mr. Apollos.
was net dat Van Rijn 'n vriend van Apollos was.
That is incorrect, my lord.
Dis nie reg nie, maar
The information I received was that Mr. Van Rijn was at the house on the day. That was what was important to me.
wat aan my oorgedra was eerlikwaar is dat meneer Van Rijn by die huis was. Dis informasie wat ek gekry het.
I'm still on the first information. The
Eerste
information you got regarding the relationship between my client and Mr. Apollos. My question is still there. I'm still there, Mr. Steyn.
in verband met die verwantskap tussen meneer Apollos en meneer Van Rijn.
I understand, my lord, but the first information was that there was another person who was also at the house.
Ek verstaan eerlikwaar dat maar die informasie was gewees, iemand anders was by die huis.
And that person, I understand as per your evidence, was Mr. Van Rijn.
En volgens die getuienis was die persoon meneer Van Rijn.
Correct.
Okay. Was that information enough for you to label Mr. Van Rijn a person of interest as you put it in your evidence?
Was hierdie informasie genoeg dat meneer Van Rijn se beskou as 'n persoon van belang?
Yes, my lord. Like I said, the persons who was there who could provide evidence, I regarded as persons of interest.
Ja, eerlikwaar, 'n persoon wat daar was kan moontlik getuienis aflewer, sal ek beskou as 'n persoon van belang.
A person of interest to you is a person that can give evidence
Persoon van belang sal
or
'n
can
persoon
furnish
wees
evidence.
wat getuienis kan aflewer. Getuienis kan gee.
Like I explained, my lord, a person of interest, in my opinion, is not a suspect per se.
'n persoon van belang is nie verdagte in verband. Dit is wat ek plaas.
To me, this person, it has yet to be ascertained whether this person is going to be a witness or whether this person is going to be a suspect or whether this person is going to be nothing at all.
Nog uitvind of die persoon moontlik verdagte sal word of getuie sal word of persoon kon van niks genoem word.
I'll ask this question for the last time, Mr. Steyn.
Ek gaan die vraag vir die laaste keer vra.
On receipt of the information that Mr. Van Rijn is an acquaintance of Mr. Apollos, what was he to you?
Die tyd toe informasie kry dat meneer Van Rijn was 'n persoon van kennis aan die polisie. Wat was hy besig om te doen?
My lord, as I've also stated, the information came out that Mr. Van Rijn was at the premises.
Nie nog waar van getuig het. Die informasie was dat meneer Van Rijn was by die perseel.
The relationship between Mr. Van Rijn and Mr. Apollos is not the relevant factor.
Die verwantskap tussen meneer Apollos en Van Rijn is nie van belang nie.
The relevant factor is that he was there.
Die belangrike punt dat hy was daar.
And that is the information that I received, and that justified me in my belief that I could regard him as a person of interest.
Dit het my gelaat dat ek toe te kon vestig om te besluit dat hy persoon van belang sou wees.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Let us move. Be that as it may, I take it that information was enough for you to decide to interview my client.
So hierdie informasie was genoeg geweest vir u om 'n onderhoud met die cliënt te
Yes, my lord.
reg, maar
Tell me, for how long did the interview take place?
vir hoe lank het hierdie onderhoud voortgegaan?
I didn't time it, my lord. I would have to guess perhaps an hour.
Ek kan nie vir die hof sê nie, ek kan moontlik skat, moontlik 'n uur.
How was your interview? Were you putting questions to him and him answering, or were you using a format?
Hoe het hierdie onderhoud, was die onderhoud gevoerd? Het hy van vraag gevra, het hy geantwoord, het hy een sekere formaat gebruik?
It was fairly informal, my lord. It was a situation of posing questions and receiving answers from it.
Want het was een informeel hier waar gevraagd en gevraagd was, waar is antwoorden gegeven.
I'm asking you this question because I heard you saying at some point you released him after realizing that there was no enough evidence.
Mr. Kapai, that was not the term that was used by the witness. He said he excused him.
Thank you, my lord. I will repeat this question. I'm asking you the manner, the duration of the interview,
En het gevraagd, de manier en de tijd van jullie, hoe lang jullie onderhoud zou plaatsvatten.
because I heard you in your evidence saying at some stage you excused my client.
U toen gezegd was dat het stadium, en u de cliënt verschoon.
My lord, the first interview with Mr. Van Rijn
De eerste onderhoud met meneer Van Rijn,
happened at his residence.
het gebeurde het plaatsgevonden bij zijn woning.
So I believe the correct way that I ended that interview was to leave his residence.
Ik geloof eerlijk waar de beste manier om die onderhoud te stoppen, is om zijn woning te verlaten.
And it is your evidence that you left his residence because there was no evidence for you to detain him.
As het niet getuigenis dat was niet getuigenis, of getuigenis wat kon geleiden dat hij kon arresteren, hij heeft hem toen daar gelaten.
That's correct, my lord.
Rechtswege waren,
Did you take a statement from him on that day,
ik heb daar van hem genoemd die dag.
on the first interview at his
Eerste
house?
onderhoud.
I did not, my lord.
Ik heb niet eerlijk waren.
If I get your evidence correctly, the second time you came across my client is on the 29th of February 2024 when you saw him at Saldanha at the police station.
Ik heb u mooi verstaan. De tweede keer toen u mijn cliënt zo ontmoet het of gezien het, was op de 29 februari bij Saldanha police station.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus rechtswege waren.
You testify that his statement was taken by Constable Sikobe.
U het getuigd dat zijn verklaring was genomen door de constable Sikobe.
Sikhuwe, that's correct, my lord.
Sikobe, eerlijk waren dus recht.
Did you statement has been taken, what happened to my client?
Nadat die verklaring geneem was, het het geword van my cliënt.
After the interview with him, he was excused, my lord.
Na die onderhoud met hom, as hy verskoon eerlikwaardig.
Oh, it was not only the statement that was taken on that day. He was also interviewed.
So het was net dit was nie net 'n verklaring geneem van hom nie, hy was ook onderhoud met hom gevoer.
My lord, to obtain a statement, there must be a form of interview. So, yes.
Eerlikwaardig om 'n verklaring te kry van 'n persoon moet 'n sekere onderhoud met 'n persoon gevoer word, die antwoord is ja.
It is clear from your evidence that Sergeant Hubert took the statement from my client and who conducted the formal interview.
Het is nou duidelijk dat constable Hubert die verklaring van geneem het, weet hoe jy die onderhoud gevoer.
It was Constable Segobe who interviewed Mr. Van Grijn and obtained his statement.
Constable Hubert sou dit gedoen het eerlikwaardig, het hom onderhoud gevoer en die verklaring geneem.
Do you perhaps know who commissioned my client's statement that was taken by Sergeant Hubert?
Kry jy kennis wie sou die verklaring geneem van Constable Hubert, wie sou die verklaring beledig het?
It's Constable Segobe, my lord, and I believe it would have been her. I'm speaking under correction, but if she took the statements, I believe it was her.
Dit is Constable Hubert eerlikwaardig, maar wat nou connectie. As sy die verklaring sou geneem het, sou sy weet hoe beledig het.
Are you testifying that the same police officer who took the statement from Mr. Van Rijn is the same officer who commissioned the same statement?
Dus het is getuigenis dat dezelfde politiebeambte wat de verklaring geneem het van mijn cliënt, zal dezelfde beambte wees wat die verklaring beledig.
My lord, I believe the defense is confusing this now with the warning statement. This was not a warning statement. He was not interviewed as a suspect on that time. He was interviewed as a witness, and a witness sworn statement was obtained from Mr. Van Grijn.
Jullie waren daar maar af wat een soort verklaring. Ze weet ook dat was in de basis een verklaring wat het voor moeilijk verdacht is. Maar in ieder geval was het een geval waar onder het gevoel was met een rij om uit te punt of echt getuigen zou wees dat die verbanden zich te gaan verklaren.
Such a mistake, I'm not confused, and I'm far from being confused. I'm talking about the statement that was taken from my client by your colleague, Sergeant Segobe. You testify that she is the one who took it. My question to you, do you know who commissioned that same statement?
Ik heb voor u gevraagd, de verklaring is geneemd door die collega Constable Segobe. Mijn vraag aan u is wie zou jullie verklaring beëdigen?
Before the witness answers, his evidence was that he's not sure. He thinks it could be, so he was speculating about it. And in any event, Ms. Nkapai, what's wrong with it? If Constable Segobe commissioned the statement and also took the statement from the person, what's wrong with that?
Without looking for the problem in that, I wanted to be sure from the witness if the same officer who took the statement is the same one who commissioned it. I just want to know that.
Well, he says he's speculating, he thinks it's so, but he's not sure.
I'm not pursuing that line of questioning, my lord. I have also noted from your evidence in chief and statement, in particular paragraph 25, where you say at some stage it became clear to you that my client was lying.
Kijk in je verklaring, paragraaf 25, waar het voorkomt alsof u in de verklaring aantoonde, u heeft gedaan dat schuldig wordt gevonden op die de waarheid vraagt.
My Lord, may I at this stage ask whether my learned colleague is about to adduce his affidavit into evidence, because she's now referring him to his affidavit, specifically paragraph 25. He does not have his affidavit in front of him at this moment. It would be unfair to expect of him to know what stands in paragraph 25.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Honorable. Ms. Nkapai, you would have noticed that I was also paging through my notes. That affidavit is not before the court.
Thank you, my Lord.
If you want to hand it in, you can feel free to hand it in, because nowhere in his evidence presented here did he come to the conclusion that accused number 2 lied to him. He said there were inconsistencies when he spoke to accused 1 and 3, Mr. Apollos and Ms. Smith, and he had difficulty to establish the basic info because it had changed. That evidence was in relation to Mr. Apollos and Mr. Smith. There was and Ms. Smith. There's no evidence from this witness in this court where he suggested that Mr. Van Ryn had misled him in any way.
Thank you, my Lord. Thank you for clarifying that piece of evidence for the benefit of the defense.
Can I just fast forward also? The only issue where on the face of it, it might have seemed that Mr. Van Ryn wanted to evade contact with the police was the instance where he ran away. But that was when he was confronted by members of the community that went to his house, the so-called search party that went on to his house. It's understandable if somebody would run away under those circumstances, because you don't know what's going to happen to you. And that is the only, unless I've missed something, if there's anything negative from Mr. Milstein on his character or his conduct, could be the only negative. Gave a broad overview of the interactions, and also at the time when he last dealt with the matter, the 29th of February, he didn't at that stage even label Mr. Van Ryn as a suspect.
Thank you. Sergeant Milstein, after Sergeant Sikobe took my client's statement, did you have an opportunity to check his statement and compare it with the interview?
Nadat verklaring dat zich opgegeven was, het eerst niet gekregen om gekeken naar die verklaring en werd het vergeleken met de onderhoud.
The interview you conducted, I'm sorry, the interview you conducted at his residence on the 20th of February 2024?
Onderhoud wat is gevoerd op het punt op deze woning.
It wasn't on the 20th, my lord.
Dat was op het 20th. 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 20
So leave out the date of the interview at his house, because the date of that is not of utmost importance.
Thank you, my lord. But the printed I got it from the witness.
Let's-
My unit colleague doesn't know about it.
Let's just fast forward. So he conducted the interview at the house of Mr. Van Ryn. There was no statement taken. Then Constable Segube, at a later stage, took a statement. And the question is, if I understand it correctly, is coming now, whether you compared the versions. Yes, Mr. Milstein.
Wat ik wel van verstaan is dat die onrood zo gevoerd met besluiten met 2 BC wonen. En de beladen stellen, wat de verklaring gegeven aan Constable Segube. Die vraag is of u naar die verklaring gekeken en het vergelijkt met die onrood wat is zo gevoerd op een wonen.
I did, my lord,
Ik heb die lagbare.
and in essence, the evidence was the same as the interview.
Die getuigenis was dezelfde als het zo kan plaatsen in elkaar.
In line with your evidence in chief, I get a picture of an intense interest and participation in searching for the child, not only by the community members and PA group, but also by the NGOs, the likes of the Pink Ladies. Surely this must have exerted enormous pressure on the investigation of this matter. Is that correct?
Als het dan correct is, u moet zeggen, u het aantal mensen van kennis gemaakt wat geholpen in de zoektocht, de Pink Ladies, de gemeenschap en andere leden. Kon dit druk plaats op die onderzoekbeambten?
It did, my lord. The public interest in this matter did place a lot of extra additional pressure on me, who was the investigating officer.
Die gemeenschapsbelangen in die geval waren het druk op je geplaatst.
But despite all that pressure, external pressure, you still had no reasons to arrest my client.
Alhoewel die druk zo wees van verschillende bronnen, het u geen reden gezien om je te arresteren.
Correct, my lord.
Dus rechtselijk.
I take it you have done a thorough interview with my client in accordance with the line of your skills,
Je kan ervaren
experience,
dat u een goede onderhoud met mijn cliënt zou gevoerd in verband met die
and expertise in matters of this nature.
die ondervinding en die expertise in verband met die.
And you still managed to reach a decision. There was nothing justifying you to arrest my client.
Die zegt verder niks was goed genoeg om mijn cliënt te arresteren.
Correct, my lord.
Dus rechtselijk langbaar.
Mr. I am interested to know where the community members, the Patriotic Alliance Group, satisfied with the decision not to arrest my client on the day they brought him in court?
To the police station.
In the police station, yes, my lord.
Ik wil net weten, die gemeenskapsleiers in die Patriotic Alliance, was hulle tevrede die dag toe hulle my cliënt nie in die polisie dat hy nie gearresteer was hy tevreden met die besluit.
They did not verbalize it to me that they are opposed to my decision, so I can't testify that they were unhappy with me not arresting Mr. Van Rijn.
Hulle het nie moontlik sy nie oorgedraad dat hulle nie gelukkig is met my besluit nie. Ek kan nie dat tot so ver geteken nie.
Thank you, sir. Experience has taught us that it is not uncommon for the community members to use their own ways and means, including assaulting those that they expect. It is for this reason that I will ask in what condition my client was when he was brought by the PA group and the community members.
Dis 'n ongewoon gevalle waar die gemeenskap 'n persoon sal aanval as hulle bijvoorbeeld persoon verdink aan iets nie. Ek wil net vir u vra in watter toestand was die cliënt toe die Patriotic Alliance en die gemeenskap om by die politiestasie te gaan?
My Lord, I did not notice any visible injuries, nor did he indicate to me that he had any injuries. So physically, to me, but I am a layman in that regard, he appeared fine.
Ek het geen beserings gesien op die persoon nie. Ek het geklaar van enige beserings nie.
Thank you. Detective Sergeant, do you still remember where you were on the 4th?
Kan u nog
4th
onthou?
of March 2024?
Kan u nog onthou waar u was op die 4de Maart van hierdie jaar?
Yes, my Lord, I was in court in the morning, and after that I went home as I testified.
Ja, hier waar ek was by die hof gewees, nadat ek terug huis toe getuig het.
During the day, at any chance, were you near Jacobs Bay Beach?
Gedurende die dag, enige kans was nie naby Jacobs Bay strand?
No, my Lord.
Nee, helemaal.
My client instructs me that the torture by the
Beskuldigde
police officers started at Jacobs Bay Beach or near Jacobs Bay Beach.
beskuldigde sê aan my dat hy gemartel was op by Jacobs Bay of naby Jacobs Bay. Dat die polisie.
You were not present, you cannot comment whether this took place or not.
Die was niet teenwoordig nie. Die kan nie kommentaar lewer op dit was of nie.
That would be correct, my Lord.
Dit sal reg wees inderdaad.
Same day, in the evening, were you at Seaboard offices?
Was nie by die kantore van Seaboard die namiddag later.
In the evening.
Die aand,
No, my Lord.
nee, helemaal.
My instructions are that from Jacobs Bay Beach, my client was taken by his torturers to Seaboard office, where the torture continued. Were you present there at that time?
En beskuldigde se instructies aan my gewees. Vanaf Jacobs Bay strand, as ek toe geneem na die Seaboard, waar die gemartelaars voortgegaan het om te martelen. Was ek teenwoordig toe dit toe gebeur het?
No, my Lord.
Nee, helemaal.
So you're not a person to comment.
So ek kan nie kommentaar lewer op die gemartel nie.
I cannot, my Lord.
Kan nie lewer.
My client confirms that during his interviewing of him, he told you that or he speculated that Ayanda might be involved in this.
My cliënt bevestig in stem saam met u dat hy wel gespeculeer het gedurende julle onderhoud dat Ayanda moontlik betrokke sal wees in die.
He instructs me that that was just a mere speculation, a suspicion without any basis, and it was confirmed by your search. You searched and you didn't get anything from Ayanda's place.
Gespeculeer, ek het net verdink, en u toe julle toe huis besoek, dit was bevestig gedurende die soektog dat niks gevind is op die plek.
I agree with that, my lord.
Ek stem saam daarmee, eerlikwaardig.
I don't see the dates when you made your statement. Can you help me on that? Can my learned colleagues on the stage help me? I don't see the date on my copy.
My afskrif kan ek inderdaad sien waar op die vertaling gemaakt het.
It's the 30th of January 2025 at 14 hours 30 minutes.
Dit is het.
Thank you, my learned colleague. On the 30th of January 2025 and at 2:30, you made a statement.
Op die betrokke dag en datum in die jaar 25, so by al 3 het die verklaring afgelê.
Correct, my lord.
Rechts so eerlikwaar.
Did you write your statement yourself or somebody else?
Het die verklaring self geskryf, het nie of het iemand anders het gedoen.
I typed my statement myself, my lord.
Ek het my verklaring self getik, eerlikwaar.
After typing it, you read.
Nadat ek dit gelees.
Yes, my lord.
Ja, eerlikwaar.
And you were satisfied with its contents.
So u was gelukkig met die inhoud.
Yes, my lord.
Ja, eerlikwaar.
Can you confirm whether at the bottom of every page those are your statements?
My Lord, I suspect that my learned colleague wants the original affidavit to be admitted into evidence. I'm going to hand a copy, my copy, to the witness.
To the witness, then
And
you can
the
follow the
original.
questions, and then
Thank you.
if it's handed up, then I can mark it.
Thank you. That was the original.
All right, so he's got a copy with him now, or at least he has the original. So you may take him through the paces.
Thank you, my lord. You were involved in the investigation.
U was betrokke in
Searching
alles
Joslin.
in verband met Joslin.
Correct, my lord.
Yes, ja, eerlikwaar.
Can you please repeat this piece of evidence to me? The exhibits you got, or the information you got from the investigation, where did you take that information to?
Die bewysstukke wat ek gekry het, waar die informasie uit gekry het in verband met die saak, waar ek dit geneem.
I don't fully understand, my lord.
Ek kan nie lekker verstaan eerlikwaar.
The exhibits.
Die bewysstukke.
The exhibits, my lord, were booked into the exhibit register, the SAB 13 of Saldanha Bay.
Bewysstukke sou ingaan dat was eerlikwaar by SAB 13, bewysstukke geregistreer by Saldanha Bay Circuit.
The other members who were involved in the investigation, is there any way that they were aware of every piece of information information including exhibits?
Die ander lede wat betrokke was in die ondersoek was hulle bewus van enige bewysstukke of informasie.
My Lord, there were other people with me, my colleagues, other police officers. So, yes, they would be aware of me collecting it and handing it in.
Daar was ander mense betrokke met my waren nie saam met my gewees, polisieleen. Ja, hulle sou kennis dra van enige informasie of enige bewysstukke.
Was it a common pool for everyone who was involved in the investigation to see and know this information and all the exhibits?
Was dit gewoonweg dat hulle sou sien die bewysstukke?
Well, I don't really understand. If somebody was with me when I collected a piece of evidence, they would be aware of it. It's not, I don't understand the line of question.
Ek verstaan nie die vraag nie eerlikwaar, want as 'n persoon so betrokke was of hy was, as ek weer besig was met die bewysstukke, so 'n persoon het dan kennis gehad.
Sergeant, this question is clear and simple. You got information during the investigation,
Die het informasie gekry gedurende die ondersoek.
and as per your evidence, you were even having exhibits.
Volgens die getuienis die het ook bewysstukke gekry. Gevind.
That's correct, my Lord.
Dis reg so eerlikwaar.
My question is, that information you had, was it access to all the members who were involved in the investigation, police officers who were involved in the investigation?
Ek wil net weet, die polisiebeamptes wat betrokke was in die ondersoek, het hulle insig gehad in die ondersoek.
No, my Lord.
Nee, eerlikwaar.
No, I can't answer the question I wanted to answer.
Are you going to go back to the sworn statement? Do you still want to hand it in?
No, they won't be able to.
Or if you've decided against it? Thank you.
My Lord, can I turn the camera back?
Certainly. So you can hand the affidavit back to Ms. Swanepoel. She can put it back in a docket.
Just a minute, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. I have no further questions for this.
Thank you, Ms. Sinkabai. Mr. Sivanarayan.
Just one question. Regarding the running away.
Een vraag in verband met die weghardloop.
My client will deny that it ever ran away.
Beskuldig sal stry dat die willens daarin so gehardloop het.
My Lord, I did not see him run away.
Ek het ook nie gesien haar weghardloop nie enigwaar.
But I did arrive at his empty house, and it was stated to me that he had just run away.
Ek het wel opgedag by sy huis, was oorgedra het en weggehardloop het.
Thank you.
Mr. Sivanarayan.
Thank you, my Lord. Sir, you told us that the first time you interviewed accused number 3, she told you that she went home at some point for lunch on the 19th of February 2024.
U het getuig toe u die onderhoud met beskuldig nommer 3 gevoer het. Het sê aan u gesê dat sy gedurende etensuur as sy na haar huis toe.
That's correct, my Lord.
Dis reg so eerlikwaar.
And in your examination in chief, you told us court that that was at 1 o'clock.
En hoofgetuie het gesê dit sou 1 uur wees.
About 1 o'clock, yes, my lord.
Ongeveer
I just want to correct that. My instructions are that during the interview she informed you that she did go home for lunch, but that she was already back at work by 1 o'clock.
ek wil dit regstel. Sy sê, toe julle die onderhoud voer, was sy gereeds gewees, maar by 1 uur was sy terug by die werk.
I'm unsure of the exact time, my lord. It was around that time that you went home for lunch and then went back to work.
Ek is onseker oor die tyd. Want sy, so hy is toe was sy terug by werk.
You also testified about how you had visited accused number 3's home.
Jy het ook getuig hoe jy besluit nummer 3 sy so aan besoek het, jy het gister. Jy het nie soos dat was, jy het ook getuig hoe jy besluit nummer 3 sy besoek het.
Correct. On the first day I did, my lord.
Ja, jy was reg, die eerste dag.
And you described the home as having 1 bedroom and a lounge or a living area. Is that correct?
Jy het die woning beskryf as 'n huis met 1 kamer, met 'n bed en 'n voorkamer. Dat is die rest.
Yes, two separate compartments. One seemed to me to be used as a bedroom and the other one seemed to be used as a lounging area.
2 verskillende compartments in die huis. Een wat so voorgekom het as op die kamers en die ander so voorgekom het as op die sitkamer is.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that both the rooms were used as bedrooms.
Die instructie van beskuldigde nommer 3 sal wees dat beide hierdie kamers gebruik word as kamers. Die beide vertrekkers is gebruik as kamers.
My lord, I merely stated how it appeared to me. What the rooms were used for by the residents of the room, I don't know.
Ek kan het getuig hoe dit voorgekom het toe my in die vertrek het. Wat hulle so gebruik het en voor gebruik word in die vertrek kan ek nie die hoofd daarmee hou.
You also told us that the house appeared messy.
Die het ook gesê, die is het voorgekom as het door mekaar.
Correct, my lord.
Rechts in die labaar.
My instructions are that there were clothes that were lying all over the place because accused number 3 had emptied the cupboards, hoping that Joslin was hiding in those cupboards.
My instructie was dat gewees dat waar is kleren orals, want skuld dat hy sou sê dat sy het hierdie kaste leeggemaak. Sy het gehoop, sy het gedink Joslin sou wegkryp in hierdie kaste.
So it was messy, my lord.
So dit was deur mekaar.
My client indicates that with regard to the flip-flops, her child Joslin owns about 4 pairs of flip-flops.
Volgens die klappies sê my kliënt dat Joslin het 4 paar klappies.
Sorry, my lord, is there a question?
You had testified about finding 1 pink flip-flop.
Die het getel dat die 1 pink klappie gekry het. Slag opgelê.
That's correct, my lord.
Dis reg so hele maar.
Yes, and my instructions from my client is that her child does not own only 1 pair of flip-flops, but at least 4 pairs.
Dit is dan instructie van my kliënt dat kind nie net 1 paar klappies sou gehad het, dit sê 4 paar.
At least 4 pairs, ten minste 4
Ten minste
paar.
4 paar gehad.
I hear the statement, my lord. It's unconfirmed by me. I can't comment on that.
Ek kan nie daaroor kommentaar gee nie. Ek kan dit bevestig.
Did you at any stage ever tell accused number 3 that it was not safe for her to stay at home?
Het jy op enige stadium vir beskuldiging gesê dat dit nie veilig sou wees as sy by haar huis aanbly nie?
No, my lord, I didn't tell her that it's unsafe, but it became clear in the beginning of the investigation that the community had a level of blame towards her.
Nee, eerlikwaar. Ek het nie van gesê dat onveilig was die pad, maar op 'n sekere stadium het dit voorgekom dat of die gemeenskap min of meer min vertroue op haar gehad het.
So, yes, okay, I might confirm that we had conversations in that regard, that perhaps it wouldn't be that safe to go. I will go with that, my lord.
Dit kan voorkom dat ons daaroor gepraat het eerlikwaar met die veiligheid by die huis. Ek kan so aanvaar.
My instructions are that, yes, you did in fact tell her that, and you actually went a step further, and you took accused number 3 as well as accused number 1 to accused number 1's mother's house in Master.
My geklens dit is sodat u van gesê dit is onveilig om by die huis te bly. Jy het dit verder geneem vir haar en beskuldiging ingeneem na familie lid se huis in Master.
Nee. That was not the question as put by counsel. Question by counsel that was put was that the witness took accused 1 and 3 to accused 1's mother's house in Maasdam, not to a family member's house with no address. Mr. Blau, can you just translate the question as asked?
Hy het toe beskuldiging nommer 1 en 3 geneem na die kouerhuis van beskuldiging nommer 1 wat in Samasa is in Maasdam.
My lord, I can't recall that.
Ek kan dit nie onthou nie, maar
It might be true.
is moontlik.
There's a strong possibility that I would have asked after one of the interviews, where can I drop you? It can be true. I don't really recall that I did do that.
Ja, dit is 'n klein moontlikheid dat ek moontlik word gevra het of daar gebeurt voor hulle kind van 'n gevra om af te lei. Dit is 'n moontlikheid, maar ek kan dit nie onthou nie.
You cannot ignore it, and you can't deny it either, because a lot of things might have happened during that time. You know, you told him, and there was a discussion about the fact that the community is upset, their safety might be an issue, and if it was raised, okay, we can go to my mother's house, then you would have taken them.
It could be the case, my lord.
Dit is 'n moontlikheid dat ek moet dit so gesê het nie.
Thank you, my lord. You were asked to comment on, tell us about accused number 3's demeanor or behavior when he interviewed him.
U was gevra om getuig om te sê die voorkoms van beskuldiging nommer 3 toe u met haar onderhoud voer.
Correct, my lord.
Reg so eerlikwaar.
Can you please repeat your answer?
Kan u weer u antwoord herhaal?
My lord, I believe I said that she was relatively calm.
Ek het gesê sy was relatief kalm. Ek dink ek het gesê sy was relatief kalm.
Anything else?
Enigiets anders?
Anything else that I testified about that, or
Anything that you observed on that day?
Wat u sou hierdie dag observeer het?
My Lord, she, like I said, she didn't cry on that first day when I interviewed her. She was relatively calm when I spoke to her. I didn't notice any behavior from her on that day that I can comment on.
At what time, if you do recall, did you meet her on that day?
My Lord, as I testified, I arrived on the scene at 1 o'clock. Well, I arrived in Middelpos at 1 o'clock. I went to the scene after that, after which I met her. So I don't have the exact date, the exact time, but it was somewhere in the afternoon.
Ik heb een half uur gehoord waar ik het Middelpos toe bereik zo die 1 uur aan die toneel toe. Dat zou die middag wees.
My instructions are that accused number 3 was and still is devastated by the disappearance of the child Joslin.
Dit is nog het geval met besluit nummer 3, dat zij baie hartseer of kommer is oor Joslin se verlies.
Again, my Lord, is there a question that I must answer?
Did you have any comment?
Nog 'n kommentaar?
I wouldn't know how she's feeling, my Lord.
Ek sal nie weet hoe sy voel nie.
Similarly, it's difficult for you to say exactly what she was feeling, even though she did not express anything that you could see with your eyes.
Dit sal moeilik wees om kan sê hoe sy gevoel het, aangesien jy niks kon oplet wat kon bewys dat sy ontstel was.
My Lord, like I said, she didn't show me definite emotions where an emotion that I could label. If somebody is crying, there's tears coming out of their eyes, I can state that this person is sad. If somebody is laughing, I can state that this person is happy. In this case, she didn't indicate any emotion that I could give a name to.
In hierdie geval was daar geen emosies betoon deur besluit nommer 3 dat ek moet kon sê hoe sy was. Sy byvoorbeeld as sy verheerlik, so verklaar dat sy hartseer was, as sy gelag het, so verklaar dat sy gelukkig was. Maar in haar toestand kan ek nie nog sê wat sy gevoel het.
Thank you. You do agree with me, sir, that if someone is sad, they may be standing in front of you and you may not know it because they may not show that emotion.
Sal ek dat dit saamstem sê byvoorbeeld iemand staan voor jy en persoon is ontstel. Die sal dit kan bevestig dat jy kan sê.
I do agree with that, my Lord.
Ek stem saam met julle.
Now, I'm also instructed that at the time of your interview, accused number 3 was already on medication and she was taking antidepressants for after Joslin, her child, had gone missing.
Voordat ek sê dat die tyd toe die onderhoud met besluit nommer 3 voer, was sy reeds op medikasie en antidepressants terwyl van Joslin se vermis.
I'm unaware of antidepressants, my Lord, but she was also on regular doses of methamphetamine. So there was medication taken by Ms. Smith.
Ek is onbewus van enige antidepressants in die maar wat ek van bewus is dat die besluit nommer 3 en die soos bereik het, sy was onder medikasie.
I'm also instructed that she was advised by family members that she needs to stay calm and compose herself so that she could give information to the police which could assist in finding her child.
Sy sê toe sy wat so van familie advies gegee dat sy kalm bly, dat sy die polisie regte informasie moet gee.
That would be good advice, my lord.
Dit sal 'n goeie advies wees vir hom.
My lord, may I approach you?
Put in the affidavit. There was it was a crazy couple of weeks. A lot of phone calls, a lot of information. We tried to follow up what we could, but yeah, I couldn't mention everything in that affidavit, so I mentioned the important things.
Dit is correct, so jy dan wat was baie van mekaar tegen. From Vega, oproep, telefoon, op te krijgen. Ek wel klaar was om dat ek kan doen wat lang as ek kan antwoord.
Now, I mentioned this to you, Mr. Milstein, because, you know, there's a big public interest in the matter. And people might think that because it's not been mentioned, that it's been hidden. Because I would have called the police, I would have told them this, that, and the following, and it doesn't come out in court.
I understand, my lord.
You also indicated that your file of the missing child investigation, that's still open.
Jy het ook gesê dat jy het vir Mr. Kind aan mobiles.
My lord, the physical file was handed over to the organized crime unit.
Fisiese leerlinge wat was verander van sekere julle. Is dat enige?
I'm unaware of the status of that inquiry.
Ek is nie bewus van die status van die navraag.
What I meant when I said that, my lord, is that for us, for my unit especially, we never recovered the child, and it will still be an ongoing search, even if it's not as active. But if we do find leads that we can follow up, we will still follow it up.
Wat ek wel vir jou gesê het is dat die self en ons ken het. As daar enige informasie kom wat ook gekry word, is dit opvolg.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Harmse, it's now 12:15. Let me just check with, I don't know who's responsible for the food of the accused that's in custody. Is there a time that it arrives here, or is it here already? So I have to take that adjournment at that time. Mr. Harmse, I suspect that your interaction might not be as long as you anticipated earlier.
My lord, quite frankly, I had not anticipated any time. I will see and assess it like that. Besides going for a comfort break, I would then start, which I can't see it taking less than 15 minutes.
I'm going to take 15 minutes now. Until 12:30, it's 14 minutes. Then you can advise us.
If I need more time.
If you need any time.
Thank you.
So that we can run. I want to take the adjournment at 1 o'clock, simply because the accused food are coming from outside, I believe, because there's no catering facilities here. And then the longest I'm going to adjourn at lunch will be for half an hour. And the reason for that is that a lot of people are driving back to Cape Town this afternoon. So we'd rather make up the time, get people away earlier. In fact, our staff can't go directly home. They first have to go to the office because our equipment needs to be secured at the office. So I also don't want to get them home after dark if we can make up the time by sacrificing our lunch break.
Maybe.
So until 12:30, unless we advise otherwise. If more time is needed, I'll just ask the officials to make an announcement as to what the next step is.
Lord, may I just point out that it's now already 18 minutes past 12. May we make it at 12:25? It gives me 15 minutes.
No, you will have till 12:30 to inform me.
Thank you.
Court adjourned.
answer, my sister.
20th of February 2024.
Ik wil begin met die onderhoud wat u gesê dat u is gevoer met Paulus, 20ste van de tweede maand, jaar 2024.
And what emanated from that is Exhibit M, which is his affidavit that was ended up in Mark Exhibit M. Now, I want to start with that because it would seem to me from your evidence that it was of sufficient concern to you, let me put it that way, it was of sufficient concern to you that the information was given by Mr. Pollis and written down by you in his affidavit seemed to have lacked some information about someone else, and that has become apparent now, who was also at the house, which is accused too. That's just to get you into where I am now. So will you have a look for me at Exhibit M? You have it in front of you?
Not yet, my Lord. Dit is my verklaring, lees dit een, so voor my ene praat.
Now, what I just want to deal with here, and I'm not going to read the whole affidavit into the record, but you've already given evidence about it that you spoke to Mr. Pollis, and my instructions are, and now I'm going to ask you the question, my instructions are that you spoke to him in Afrikaans and then you wrote his affidavit in English. Is that correct?
Instructie aan my was gewees dat u het met skuldige nummer 1 meneer Paulus onderhoud gevoer. Die instructie dat u die praat in Afrikaanse praat, u het toe die vertaling in Engels geskryf as het rechts.
That's correct, my lord.
Ja, so eerlijkbaar.
Sorry, my lord, it looks like the witness's mic is not on.
Just tap on it now.
That is correct, my lord.
Ja, so eerlijkbaar.
I want to first, before I carry on, make a statement as well and put to you my instructions, and it is that when you conducted this interview in Afrikaans and wrote in English, that at the end of it, when you required him to sign, which he did at the end of paragraph 6, you did not read it back to him in English or explain to him in Afrikaans what is written there.
En wil net dat u sê dat nadat u die verklaring begin met in Engels en alweer eerder in Afrikaanse praat, u het die verklaring terug aan hom gelees om te verduidelik wat die verklaring behels en wat die inhoud van die verklaring is, maar hy het wel geteken na 'n paar male dat u dit kwam. Tot voorgelees het in 'n of verduidelik wat die inhoud van die verklaring is.
That is incorrect, my lord.
Dit is nie reg nie, maar
In what respect, Mr. Milstein?
en watter opsig is dit nie reg nie?
My lord, it is true I conducted the interview in Afrikaans. I wrote it in English.
Die gesprek is was in Afrikaans, ek het weer geskryf in Engels.
I read it back to Mr. Apollos, but I translated as I read it.
Eigenlijk teruggelees na Paulus, maar de woordtaal as het woordtaal.
Well, clearly my client, Mr. Apollos, disagrees because my instructions were, as I've just put to you,
Het is duidelijk dat Paulus het verwerp en die klant, het is geen samenhang.
as to the contents of the affidavit, it is also my instructions, and I have time and again canvassed this with Mr. Apollos, that he cannot read English. He does understand English to a great extent. How efficient and sufficient it is, I cannot say, but he can definitely not read English. So what I'm saying to you is that you accept that from the interview that you conducted with him and the questions, and I assume that you asked him questions, and you can answer me on that, and then you reduce that down to writing in English, it's possible that there have been, or there might have been, information that he gave you that's not in this affidavit.
Aangezien het collega aan u sê dat aangezien u verklaring, een van die verklaring in Engels is, dus moontlik dat aangezien moest gesê is so goed in Engels en kan in Engels volgen. Het sou goed gewees wat jy oorgedra het wat moontlik nie in die verklaring is.
My Lord, to answer the first part of the question, yes, I did pose questions to him. The second part of the question, my Lord, I asked him questions in Afrikaans, to which he answered in Afrikaans. If there is information that was lost between Mr. Apollos to me, it would have meant that I didn't understand him.
As daar moontlik sekere goedere in die verklaring staan wat nie wat jy met oplossing gegee het en gesê het dat jy aan die staan dan wil sê ek het hom nie verstaan.
But I can assure the court, my Lord, that I am fluent in both languages, and I was satisfied by the end of the interview and by the end of the statement that Mr. Apollos is aware of the context.
En wil dit nou voor hoe eerlikbaar dat is machtig en beide tale en meneer Apollos het dan volgens bewetlik wat hy ervaar het.
Mr. Apollos doesn't say, my instructions are not, that what's written here is not true. His instructions is that he's not sure, as I've already stated to you, that everything he spoke about is contained, was written down in the statement.
Nie dat meneer Apollos sê wat die verklaring staan as die waarheid, maar hy sê moontlikheid dat van die wat aan u gesê het, wat in die verklaring staan.
My Lord, in regards to that is the questions I asked him and the answers he gave me is what is captured in the statement.
Die antwoord die daarvan is dat die vraag is gevra en die antwoord is toegegee. Wat die aan my antwoord is in die verklaring.
So I put it to you the following. You asked him questions in Afrikaans. He answered you in Afrikaans, and then you wrote in English your translation and the language in which you are familiar with English, the way you understood what he said. Is that correct?
Vertaling wat u vertaal het in Afrikaans na Engels, is wat hy so wat is wat hy so gesê het.
He answered me in Afrikaans.
Ek het antwoord in Afrikaans.
I interpreted that to English.
Ek het vertaal in Engels.
I wrote it down. I interpreted it, what I wrote back to Afrikaans and read it to him.
Ek het vertaal van Afrikaans in Engels.
I don't want to spend any more time on this. What I'm putting to you is that you agree that what you wrote there was your translation, your words, in a way that you speak English. And I'm putting it to you that if it was his words verbatim, him, Mr. Apollos, if it was his words verbatim, as he spoke, you wrote, the sentences would have sounded differently because he has a different command of Afrikaans than what I am used to and that you might be also used to.
Dit is die woorde wat u hier geskryf het, maar as dit dieselfde sin as van Apollos, dit verskillend opgekom het. En wanneer jy so hoe so gepraat het, jy geskryf wat jy verstaan volgens sin, die sinne in die verklaring sou nie selfs dat is en Apollos het so gesê.
My Lord, sorry. The sentences is different because it's a different language. So sentence.
Is verskil want is verskillende taal.
So the sentence construction would be different because it's in a different language.
Sinne sal verskil is en dis verskillende taal.
However, the contents remains the same.
Maar die inhoud sal dieselfde wees.
You see, where I'm going to is that you gave evidence to this court that you've made an adverse, a negative conclusion or developed a negative feeling about the fact that nowhere in his statement did he say that there was somebody else there and it had already been given evidence about in the form of accused 2 that was also that day at that house. My question to you is, did you specifically, or do you specifically remember today, and I saw that you only made your statement on the 30th of January this year. Do you specifically remember asking Mr. Apollos a question in the following terms? Was it only you and Laurentia, known as Renz, at the house there at the time that you are referring into your statement before, the time from when accused 3 went to work and the time until he says in his statement he last saw Joslin? Did you specifically ask him in that time, when he told you that Renz was there, did you specifically ask him if anybody else was there as well?
Die tyd toe u met hom ondergevoer, het u toe hom gevra in die tyd wat hy daar was, of behalwe Renz, as enige iemand anders behalwe Renz in die woning?
My Lord, the conversation was fairly straightforward. I might also give some clarity in that regard, that the statement was obtained at the very beginning of the investigation.
Hierdie verklaring was gekry op die begin van die ondersoek hiernaar.
My intention for this statement was purely to determine a timeline.
Wat ek wel in die verklaring so verwag het hiernaar is die tyd.
So to answer the question, my Lord, I asked Mr. Apollos, in a broad spectrum, I asked him, in Afrikaans, wie was allemaal saam met jou by die huis vandag? Of gister?
I asked him as to who else was there in the house.
May I just continue? To which he answered that Laurentia was at the house. My follow-up question to that was, what? Yeah.
Laurentia was the case of this.
My follow-up question to that was daar nog iemand by die huis?
Then the follow-up question was there anyone else at the house?
To which he answered that there wasn't.
Sy antwoord was gewees, was nie.
I don't believe, my Lord, that that is something that could have been lost in translation.
Ek dink dit kon verhoor word deur in die vertaling.
Well, I put it to you, Mr. Milstein, that it is quite possible that he misunderstood you in the sense that if you look at the statement, when I say misunderstood you, I must finish my sentence, that you are inquiring about everybody else from outside, anybody else. At any other time in between the time that they woke up this morning until the time that you arrived there. So what I'm saying is that I'm putting it to you that that is quite possible, that he either had, as he has indicated later on, forgotten or not had understood the extent of your inquiry as to who all, excluding just family members, were at the house at that time.
As 'n moontlike dat jy moontlik vir u sou misverstaan in verband met wie anders sou by deze is, behalwe die familielede, wie anders kon daar wees. Moontlik het jy nie die vraag so goed verstaan of volg nie. Dit is moontlik dat jy misverstaan.
My Lord, I disagree with that statement. I believe that the following day you should be able to recollect who was all at your house. It was a straightforward question. It wasn't a trick question, and it had no intention of linking him to any crime that he may or may not have committed.
Well,
Stem nie saam met julle maar 'n persoon kon van onderhoud because die was dat met die persoon gewees en er was 'n vraag om te vang, om uit te vang, om te koppel met iets wat iemand kennis dra.
Mr. Milstein, the way I understand the questions, it's not that it's been put to you that something got lost in translation or in sentence construction. These are being put to you that it is possible that it could have happened. I don't know what the version will be. But currently, all that Mr. Harms asks you to consider whether there are some possibilities out there that could have been lost. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Thank you.
I take it, Mr. Harms,
Thank you, my Lord.
you might go beyond the realm of speculation,
Yes.
and we shall deal with evidence.
Yes, I will get
Thank
that.
you.
The essence of my questions and statements to you is to find out if you can concede or accept that it is your conclusion, which was very important later on, that Mr. Pollis had deliberately neglected to tell you that there was somebody else, is unfounded.
As jy sou sê, meneer Polis het dit as president om uit te laat dat 'n ander persoon gewees het, kan nie aanvaard word.
Forgive me, my Lord, I didn't fully understand that question.
I'm putting it to you that your comment, which has become evident from your evidence, that the fact that Mr. Pollis had not stated to you, to the extent that you had written it down in your statement, that accused 2 was also at the residence that day. Your conclusion that he deliberately withheld information is unfounded.
My Lord, I never drew that conclusion. The fact that he failed to mention that somebody else was at the house did arouse suspicion by me, but I never jumped to a conclusion that he did it deliberately.
Ek het dit tot so besluit hier dat aangesien hy moontlik 'n persoon sou as president dat
You see, and this is my last dealing with this affidavit now. You've read through the affidavit, you've written it, and after I've read through it, and I'm sure your Lordship has already read through it, the narrative in this affidavit explains when they woke up, what happened, what did accused 3 do, there's time given by him, about Laurentia arriving there, about the children bathing, clothes being washed, mother coming there for lunch. that's now Q3. The clothes that Joslin then dressed in after she had a bath and all that he gave them something to eat. The episode about the sun, she's in the sun and she didn't want to get out of the sun, and then she went off to play with a friend. And he confirmed that Laurentia was still at his house at that time. Now I'm putting it to you that he understood your questioning. You want to know what happened there until Joslin had left.
As ons nou kyk na die verklaring wat nou ons geskryf het wat ons gebeur het die dag wanneer nou iemand so weggegaan het wat gebeur het toe sy opkom as in 'n etensuur die kinders gebaar kan sy aangetrek het Joslin het son gespeel was sy toe gevra was om son uit te kom.
And what
Hier was
happened?
sy gekleed was en Laurentia was daar gewees.
Yeah, I mean, in summary, he gave you all the information and he was, and I put it to you, that he understood. You wanted to know what happened until Laurentia left. Joslin left. And
Hy
that's-
het so verstaan, Ivo informasie tot en met dit toe Joslin weg is.
And that's what he did. And then that's the end of his statement.
Toen is hy was die verklaring.
Joslin's gone. That's what you're interested in. What happened? Who were there? And all the family, everybody was there. I'm putting it to you that if you wanted to know if anybody else later in the afternoon, in the evening was there, you should have said to me specifically, okay, what happened then after? Who else came to the house during the night or during the day of the 20th or the 19th? And I'm putting it to you that you didn't. And that's why he didn't mention Stefano, because he only came there much later. It's in his plea agreement. A plea agreement in his plea statement.
Hy het nie vir hom so gevra of hy na ander soldate wat van belang was wat Joslin toe weg was. As hy hom so gevra het wie so ander later aangekom het, wie so later aangekom het, so het ook niet gekom het. Maar te staan en sy net verduidelik.
Like I said, my lord, I asked him, who were all the people at the house on that day?
Ek het hom gevra wie ander mense was gewees.
I did not ask him who was there after Joslin left because to me it wasn't relevant.
Ek het hom gevra wie was daar gewees nadat Joslin weg was, want dit was nie relevant.
Well, I'm putting to you, it's quite reasonable that he understood, that he answered all your questions. You wanted to know who was there, and he told you who was there. And he didn't understand that you wanted to know who else came to your house after Joslin had already left, gone, or he hadn't not knowing that she was gone, but she wasn't at the house anymore. That's the last time he saw. That was the question. That was the reason I'm putting to you that he would have understood. That you were there to find out Joslin's gone. Give me information. What do you know? I know until that time Joslin was gone.
Ek het van nie so verstaan dat hy was belang gestel is. Joslin nog weg, wie anders was daar gewees. Dis wat ek verstaan het van hom.
My lord, I hear the statement that the accused is saying that he misunderstood me.
Ek verstaan dat die beskuldigde sou sê dat hy misverstaan het.
I find it very difficult to believe that he didn't understand what I was asking.
Ek vind dit baie swaar dat ek kan nie verstaan hoe om dit te vra.
But I put it to you that it is quite possible. Even if you find it difficult to believe, it is quite possible. And you cannot hold it against him or make adverse assumptions about the reason why that information wasn't there.
Dis moontlik dat hy misverstaan het. Jy kan dit nie keer hom.
Noted, my lord.
evidence led that, and I'm just passing through here now, that you did see Mr. Pollis again later, and I just want to know if you can remember. It's not of crucial importance, but if you can remember, because your evidence when the state asked you, did you ask why he didn't mention that? That's now that Stefano was there. You said, he said that he forgot, he confirmed that Stefano was indeed there. When was that? Can you recall perhaps?
He said he had to later van de police weer gezien. En dat hij ook gevraagd in verband met hoe ik iets gedaan dat de persoon was. Kan je nog iets ons vragen?
That's correct, my lord. I did ask him that.
Yes, ja, in de waarheid heb ik het gevraagd.
Question was, when did you ask him?
Wanneer heb ik van gevraagd?
It was somewhere in that day, my lord. I can't recall exactly where we were. I did re-interview him later on, and I brought it up again, definitely.
Gedurende die dag hier waren specifiek waren, zal ik niet dat zeggen, maar ik heb het definitief aan hem met hem opgenomen.
You say it was later on that day, the 20th.
He said later dat we doen dat.
Correct. With the re-interview, I did bring it up again.
Ja, je was correct. En doordat het opgenomen werd op hier.
But why would you, and you still, if it's the same day, okay, that's the when, what time was it then, do you think? Can you recall?
Hetzelfde dag, hoe laat was het?
My lord, when we re-interviewed Mr. Apollos and Ms. Smith at Saldanha Station, it was around about 8 o'clock in the evening.
Die keer dat men onderhoud gevoerd met meneer Apollos en mevrouw Smith, zo 8 uur die nacht is.
Just one moment. What was the time you said?
8 uur.
No, I'm asking the witness. What was the time the witness mentioned?
2000 hours.
2000 hours.
Yes.
Okay, that's 8 o'clock. Now, whilst you were at their house, your colleague went to find Rensha, and she took a statement from Rensha. My impression earlier was that you then became aware of the third person when your colleague, after your colleague had taken the statement that you looked at.
Correct, my lord. After the statement, when we reconvened, my colleague and I.
When you reconvened.
Yeah,
So-
but it was there on the scene.
On the scene. But did you ask him on the scene, on the day of the 20th, now that you've seen Rensha's statement, but what about this other person, Steffi?
I don't recall, my lord. I might have asked him. Like I said, I did bring it up. I'm sure I brought it up with the second interview. I might have confronted him on the scene.
As een moontlikheid dat ons zo op die toneel zo gevraagd aangezien ik nog die verklaring van Rensha die mijn collega gezien heb. Moet ik het ook gevraagd, maar wat ik van zeker weet is die lampade. De tweede van de rode om daarvoor gevraagd.
Can you recall and state to this court whether on the scene there you read Rensha's statement before you left their place, their house?
Kan u onthou op dit toneel voordat u die so verlaat het die verklaring van Rensha gelees?
I don't recall that, my lord. It was either I read the statement personally or I discussed the contents of the statement with my colleague.
En ik kan niet meer onthou nie helemaal, dat is een moontlikheid dat ik persoonlijk gelees het of aan de dame te praten kan een collega.
The stamp that is placed, that was placed on the Rensha's statement. The statement says it was taken on the 20th at 15 hours 10 minutes, at 10 minutes past 3 on the 20th, in the afternoon of the 20th of February 2024. There is a stamp on there. Did you apply that stamp there at the premises of their house, or did you do that at the police station?
As die stamp verskyn op die verklaring van die mense, so op 15 as die stamp op die verklaring geplaas by die toneel of
Are you talking about the statement that's not before the court yet?
Indeed, my lord, yes, indeed. There is no statement like
Because
this.
Exhibit M also has stamps.
Indeed, it also does.
So why don't we refer to an exhibit that's before the court?
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
Because now
Yes,
I've got no clue what you're talking about if you're referring to documents that's only in your file.
I understand. Let me
Because
deal
this one has everything.
Let me deal with Exhibit M. The stamp on Exhibit M, that's a policy statement. There are two. There's a commissioner's stamp and then a South African police stamp with the date 20th February. Where did you apply those stamps?
Waar sal die stem so?
Daar sal die stemstoel op hierdie verklaring so opgesit word op die 20ste van Februarie.
That would be at Saldanha Sats, my lord, after we left the scene.
Dit sal by Saldanha SAP wees eerlikwaar na ons die toneel verlaat het.
The reason would be that we don't have the stamp on our person in the field.
Die rede daarvoor sal wees omdat die stamp wat personeel persoonlik op ons persoon.
Okay, so you're the commissioning officer of the statement that you take from him. You've put a commissioner's stamp there and you've signed it as Mayor Milstein on the, and the time that you wrote there was 1350, but you were still at their house at 1350, weren't you? Or you just arrived, actually.
Die was de commissaris van Eden, die het aangekondigd van 15 maanden volgens die getel was hier nog bij die toneel geweest.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus rechtsweg van
So am I correct? Just quickly. You took the statement, he signed, and you went back to the station sometime later that afternoon or evening. What time would it be? Is that correct?
die het die verklaring geneem, hy teken toe, die vat die verklaring naar de prestatie die namelijk rechtsweg.
Correct, my lord.
Rechtsweg en wat
And you recall that this statement was commissioned by you, or taken by you, and commissioned by you at 1350, but you went to the police station at 1350.
My lord,
dit is die wat meer geskryf het, die verklaring geneem, eerder 1350, want die was 1350.
my lord, may I just...
Just a moment. Let the witness answer.
My lord, I was on the scene at 1350.
Het was ook niet meer 1350 eerlijkwaar.
1350 is the time that I commissioned the oath on the witness.
Dit is ook toe die getuies op ek het eerder op die daar teken die saliteit van getuie eerder getuies maar.
Mr. Harms.
I'm not going to proceed with that.
No, I wanted to know where you're going with this.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that.
Why are you wasting my time with questions that clearly has no basis? And I'll tell you why. On this particular stamp, on Exhibit M, we can't read it because it's faint. But we've dealt with this with the previous witness, not in the detail that I'm explaining to you now. If you look at Exhibit B, it's the affidavit of Gongota. That stamp one can read. And it reads as follows. I certify that the above statement was taken by me and that the deponent has acknowledged that he, knows and understands the contents of this document. The statement was sworn to before me, and the opponent's signature was placed there in my presence at, in this case, of Exhibit M, 240220, up on Saldanha 1350, so it's clearly written the wrong way around. And in Exhibit B, it's at Saldanha on 250218 at 1645. Because that's the time the person swears to the correctness of the statement. It's not the time that he puts the stamp on.
I accept that. I accept that, my lord. I accept that.
So if that's so, Mr. Harris, please let us not ask questions for the sake of making up time. I know it's not yet 2 o'clock.
I would not do that, my lord. I want to move on to your statement where you gave evidence about Joslin's friends that you asked around.
Ik wil net terug gaan naar u verklaren waar u gezegd hebt van iets gezegd van Joslin zijn vriend. Heb je hier rondgevraagd?
Your evidence says that you found 2 children that you established had been children that Joslin used to play with, and I'll give you the
Hier is
name.
hier 2 kinders ontmoet, wat u voorgekomen het als kinders wat Joslin gespeeld heeft.
And the 2 names that you gave this court was Salusiwe Mfukane and Atandiwe Mkobi.
2 namen die aan die hof gegeven. Het zijn die een van hulle die aan die naam kan natuurlijk uitmaken, zoals ik gelezen heb.
My Lord, may I again request, if we are dealing with the affidavit of the witness, may he be presented with his affidavit. This affidavit has not yet been admitted into evidence.
And both those names were not mentioned. It was
Yes.
only the one name
Yes.
that we had this morning or
Yes.
yesterday.
Hier naam was nog vanochtend, niet beiden.
So just give the witness the statement. You don't have to hand it in. You can refresh his memory about that. And then Mr. Harmse can pose his question, and if it's necessary at a later stage, if parties want to hand in the statement, so be it.
Thank you.
Continue, Mr. Harmse.
Thank you.
So you can take him to the paragraph, let him refresh his memory, and then we take it from there.
I see that your evidence referred to Atendiwe and Toby. In that same paragraph on your statement, you also referred to Salusiwe and Fikani.
In die verklaring is daar 2 name wat opkom. Eerste een sou wees Atandiwe Nobi en die ander is Salusiwe Fekani.
That's correct.
Dis reg so julle maar.
Now, my question around that is, you asked around from bystanders.
U het ons gevra die mense wat daar rond gestaan.
Are you telling this court that those are the only 2 names that came up that were Joslin's friends that she played?
As ek wat ek vir jou sê is die alle as net die 2 name wat opgekom het as mense wat vriend wat die persoon se gespeel het as vriende.
Correct, my lord. That's what I was saying.
Dis reg so julle maar dis alle name.
Now, my instructions are that, and it is also in his plea, 115B, that Joslin went off and went to play with a friend that was called Kuti. You didn't hear that?
As getuienis word ook dat zo'n paar was dat Joslin is toe weg om te gaan speel met 'n vriend by naam van
Kuti. Koetie.
Kuti.
I don't recall that name.
Ek kan nie die naam onthou nie eerlik.
You also gave evidence that you went to an address on Friday the 23rd of February of Raylan Street, Middelbos.
Jy het ook gedeeld dat is na adres vrijdag in de Reilandstraat in Middelbos.
That's correct, my lord.
Rechts weer nog maar.
And if I have it correctly, you also ascertained that the person at that address was known as Gums, G-U-M-S.
Ik heb hier mooi verstaan dat de persoon wat bij deze zo was, of van achter zo is, het hier vernemen dat die persoon naam zo Gums is.
Correct, my lord.
Rechts weer nog maar.
Now, shortly after that, or it seemed to me from your evidence that on that Friday, the 23rd of February 2024, you called, it's either you or I didn't write down here who, but accused 1 and accused 3 was brought in again to SABC, correct?
Het wil voorkomen dat de getuigenis dat ik dit weet niet, maar het wil voorkomen dat schuldige 1 en de rest toe hier begeld bij SABC is. Dus het rest nog.
And if I remember, if I read my notes correctly, your evidence said that they were then interviewed by Captain Lombard.
As ek vir julle moet verstaan dat voorkom as op as toe. Ondergevoer met kaptein Lombard.
My lord, they were brought in for re-questioning on that Friday.
Hulle was genoem vir nog vrae Vrydag.
They were interviewed by Captain Lombard the Sunday.
Hulle was toe ondergevoer met hulle weer kaptein Lombard Sondag.
Who summoned them, or did you go and fetch them? That's now accused 1 and 3.
My lord, there were times where I picked them up and there were times where I called Ms. Smith to come and report to me. So, when and where I don't recall.
So would I then be correct in saying that, as I understand your evidence now, accused 1 and 3 was taken on Friday the 23rd of February 2024 to SABC, and they were kept there until Sunday?
My lord, that would be incorrect.
Why is that incorrect? Didn't you just tell the court now that they were interviewed on Sunday?
After each interview, they were excused, my lord.
So then that means I misunderstood your evidence when you said they were brought, accused 1 and 3 was brought in on Friday 23rd and they were interviewed by Captain Lombard. I understood that they were interviewed on the 23rd, but now you told the court, am I correct, that they were interviewed on Sunday by Captain Lombard?
My lord, they were interviewed by me on Friday, and they were interviewed by Captain Lombard on Sunday.
see your statement, paragraph 23, 24, and 25. As I read it, and you may look at that to refresh your memory, your evidence earlier today was that the accused 1 and 3 was brought in again on 23 February 2024. And your paragraph 23 starts on final 23 February 2024. A search warrant was obtained, and then you went to Rayland Street. Then it speaks of Ayanda and Miss Lombard's residence was searched, and in paragraph 25, your statement says, at this stage it was clear that all three of the above-mentioned persons had lied to some extent on their statements. It doesn't...
Die paragraaf sê voordat dit voorkom asof al die persone sou miljoens vertel.
My Lord, I do apologize, but once again I have to ask my learned colleague to look at paragraph 24, which comes between 23 and 25. Because in paragraph 24, it actually reads, Ayanda was not home, but Miss Lombard, along with Miss Smith and Mr. Apollos, were brought into Saldanha SABC for questioning.
I see that, my Lord. I apologize for that. I missed that little sentence. I was looking for it. So, in your paragraph, beg your pardon, my Lord.
What does it help?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
What does it help?
It tells me that they were brought in on that.
No, but what does it help me? If a statement is made to a witness that says X, and I'm sitting in the dock, I don't have the document in front of me. And when the prosecutor objects and corrects the situation, then the court gets an apology. Should not have been asked in that way in the first place. Either you're going to hand up the statement so that I can check for myself, or I won't allow any further questions on that statement.
My Lord, I will then...
If you want to place the document before me,
I will check. I will prove it with you.
feel free. Otherwise, I will not allow any questions.
I will do that. Yes.
Thank you.
Sergeant will send that document in front of you. That's your statement that you earlier on gave evidence that you took.
Hierdie verklaring van die is 'n verklaring wat u vooraf gesê dat u dit getik.
Correct, my Lord.
Reg so eerlikwaar.
It's a 5-page document, and at the last page, the 35 paragraphs, and is that your signature above the words deponent's signature?
Hierdie verklaring is in 5 bladsye op paragraaf 35 van daar aantekeninge aangebring as 'n leser.
That's correct, my Lord.
Dis reg so eerlikwaar.
And it was commissioned on 30 January 2025 at 14:30.
Dit was toe beëdig op die 30ste van Januarie 2025, so die 3.
Correct, my Lord.
You confirm that you're familiar with the contents, you typed it, you're familiar with the contents, and this is your affidavit.
Die kennis van die inhoud, dit is die verklaring.
Correct, my Lord.
May it be handed up, my Lord.
Exhibit
Reg so
N.
eerlikwaar.
Exhibit N for November.
In Finelli.
That's the original, goes to the court. That one is a copy.
Marked it as Exhibit N. Unfortunately, the pages aren't numbered. Yes, they numbered on the top, 1 out of 5 to 5 out of 5 in brackets, and consists of 35 paragraphs before the signature on page 505. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Sergeant, I want to not be much longer. I want to just get back. My main concern is accused 1 and 3 gets taken to the police station, and you interviewed him, not Captain Lombard.
Yan ang tres to kabilang na yung polistasan. Iya ito ano, naglalakapon ni Captain Lombard.
My lord, on which date is this?
The 23rd, Friday.
That's correct.
And you told this court, and you say this from first-hand experience, that Captain Lombard interviewed accused 1 and 3 on Sunday.
He said to volgens wat u nou kennis dra, Captain Lombard in een 3 to die zondag en wordt het gevoerd.
Correct, my lord.
Dus rechtsweg Lombard.
And you also indicated that they didn't stay there from Friday to Sunday. They must have been brought back again on Sunday.
Die het ook gesê dat as hy daar aangehouden nie, dan moest die zondag teruggebring was.
Correct, my lord.
Rechtsweg Lombard.
My learned colleagues on my left here had already, let me change that, my lord. The question that I want to ask you is, according to my instructions, you transported accused 1 and 3, as well as Neela, away from their house, dropping my client off at his mother's place in Marsden.
Die skuldige is so wees dat u vir beskuldige nommer 1, 3 en Nilo so beskuldige nommer 1 en as die maas plek in Maasdam.
Marsden, the mother is accused 1, Apollo's mother lives in Marsden.
Skuldige nommer 1
Street
is van agter de Maasdamstraat.
My lord, I'm not sure which date the defense is referring to.
Is jy seker van watter dag aan die oorheen
On the 20th.
op die 20ste?
Is the defense referring to after the second interview?
The 20th of February, after you had finished with him at the residence in Tsitsi.
Dis die 20ste Februarie nadat ek toe klaar was met hulle se woning te Tsitsi.
You transported them to Marsden. My instructions are that you dropped off Mr. Apollo at his mother's residence.
Die instructies dat op hierdie dag gegee van meneer Apollos afgelei dis die man se adres.
It could be true, my lord. I don't recall.
Is moontlik waar ek kan nie onthou nie.
So you can't dispute that, according to my instructions, that accused 3 and 1 and Nilo were in your police van when you went to Marsden.
So in ander woorde, ek kan nie daarteen stry as beskuldige nommer 1 sou sê dat hy wat hy sê homself, beskuldige nommer 3 en Nilo was in die voertuig gewees op pad na Maasdam.
I would like to make a correction, my lord, that I don't drive a police van. I drive an unmarked vehicle. It's not a van.
Correctie eerlijkwaardig, ek ry nie 'n polisie gemerkte vangbaan. Ek bestuur 'n voertuig ongemerkt.
Well, maybe I misunderstood that from my client, but you transported him and accused 3 and Nilo away from their residence where they were, where you interviewed them.
het hulle wel dat moontlik vir iemand vir iemand nie reg verstaan nie, maar het hulle wel verwyder van hulle se woning na Masda met beskuldigings 1 en 3 en Bilo.
My Lord, like I said, I don't dispute. It could be true, but if it is, then it was to provide them a lift. It wasn't to remove them from a crime scene.
Ek het gesê julle kan daar geregistreer, maar as dit is oorweeg, as dit nie om het te reël verwyder as dit anders geleentheid.
Mr. Molstein, my instructions are that you inform my client that it is better that he goes and stays somewhere else because he is not safe there because of the irate and upset community there about Joslin's disappearance. You informed him that, and that's why you helped him to get there.
He had also to say that I don't know if
My Lord, I did testify that there was conversations in that regard. I honestly don't recall that I did it on day one.
Can I just, the way I understood the evidence earlier was that you were there at the house, then you had left at some stage. And later the evening, they were brought to the police station again or called to come in again. Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollos. So now it's late in the evening.
That's correct, my Lord.
And of course, by then, from the other evidence that we've also heard, now of course the crowds have gathered and things have become a bit more volatile than what it was earlier in the day or the previous evening. That's my understanding of the evidence. So one can understand that a discussion then takes place. Say, listen, it might be better for you not to sleep there tonight. Because you can't recall, I'm trying to figure out the probabilities here. And in that discussion said, do you have an alternate place? Do you have an alternate place? And okay, I'll give you a lift, let's go there.
And
But that is what my Lord, the court is correct in saying that. And I don't recall having specific conversations. I certainly didn't instruct them to do anything in that regard. But there were discussions that they will be blamed. I can't remember if it was already on day one.
But is it possible that it happened that evening?
It is possible, my Lord.
The next important date, you gave evidence up to, if I made a note here, up to 5 March 2024.
Correct, my Lord.
And you said that you took accused 3 from the Seaborder officers to Longabon.
From our office, my lord, yes.
The sea border officers.
My lord, we share the same premises, encamped premises, but sea border is on the one end and our office is at the back. So it would be more accurate to say that it was from our office, but it is in fact on the same premises as the sea border.
Do you have any idea, and I know your evidence that you gave regarding Minister Becky Chelly, in respect of the 2nd of March, do you have any idea where accused 1 and 3 was on the 3rd of March?
I do not, my lord.
And have you learned anything or heard anything about where they were on the 4th of March?
I have learned afterwards that on the 4th of March, it would appear that they were being questioned.
At the sea border premises.
My lord, I was not present. I don't know where it occurred.
So if my instructions to put to you that accused 1 was taken to sea border on the 4th of March, that you can agree with because that was your information as well.
My lord, I was off that day. I don't know. This is all hearsay that I heard afterwards.
So there are two components to it. The one is that they were being questioned. You've already said you heard that. Did you hear where they were being questioned?
I don't know, my lord.
Because the question had two components.
Did you become aware of, I know you gave evidence about Minister Becky Chelly. Did you become aware of, my lord, I don't know if the politician was a minister yet at that stage, I can't recall.
It wouldn't have been. The elections was on the 29th of May, if I remember correctly.
Gayton McKenzie.
I wasn't a minister yet, because the elections were only in May, 29th of May, if I remember correctly.
In 2024.
2024,
Okay, so
in May, and the inauguration of the president was, I think, on the 8th of June, and cabinet was only announced thereafter.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. That helps me.
I'm not sure of the dates myself, but somewhere there in that timeline. But in February, March, as far as I know, he was not in Parliament. I know very little about some of these politicians. But,
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. I'm at the end. My instructions are that the present Minister, Gayton McKenzie, then probably not a minister, as his lordship has just confirmed for us, came here and did you have knowledge of that in early March? Did you have knowledge of that?
Yes, my lord, he was here.
So then you can't deny, and you probably won't admit, but you can't deny that my instruction from my client would be correct. He says that then Mr. Gayton Mackenzie booked them accommodation in the Wikis Bay Hotel. They were there on the 3rd, Sunday night, the 3rd. They slept there on 3rd March 2024. Did you know about that?
My lord, I cannot provide evidence that I saw them at the Wikis Bay. But I did hear it again. I heard it. That I've heard that story that they were there. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. That's good. And what happened on the 4th and the 5th of March, you have no knowledge of. To the accused. To accused one.
Well, my lord, the 5th, I believe, is the day I went back to work. But yes, I don't have any knowledge what happened to them. I don't know what was happened to them on the 4th. On the 5th, I know that they were arrested.
Yeah, my instructions are that Mr. Paulus was arrested on the 5th of March.
I agree with that.
My lord, I'm finished. I just want to check quickly. I have no further questions, my lord.
I just want to check the dates because something seemed to recall the dates differently.
My lord, according to my knowledge, the 3rd of March was a Sunday, the 4th is a Monday.
Yes, I didn't remember wrong. Look at your plea explanation. Just don't want us to be confused about the dates.
I'm looking at the plea explanation on
Yeah, page 11, paragraph 62 thereof. So the 3rd of March was the Sunday. The 4th of March was a Monday, according to this plea.
Yes, it is correct, ma'am.
And if I understand this paragraph correctly, they were booked in, you said a prominent politician had booked them in, on Sunday the 3rd of March. That's him and accused number 3. Where we slept the Sunday night. During the early hours of Monday the 4th, 2 female police officers came and took Kelly and I to the sea border officers. And when they got there, accused number 2 was there already.
My lord, yes, Monday was the 4th. They slept there Sunday night.
So,
and they were connected.
You and the witness confirm now that they were arrested on the 5th.
Yeah.
But this seems they were arrested on the 4th.
No, my lord. This doesn't say that they got arrested. They got picked up, my lord. it doesn't say that, the plea doesn't say that they were arrested.
So the plea never used the word arrest.
It doesn't use the word arrest.
So I'm sure I'll hear a lot more about that at some other stage of the trial.
Yeah, no, my instructions are that they were not arrested on the 4th. They were picked up, but they were not arrested on the 4th.
Good.
Thank you, my Lord. I have no more questions.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Swanepoel, re-examination. So, Mr. Harmsen, before I excuse the witness, have you forgotten something?
My Lord, no, I haven't forgotten something. In my consultation with aspects that was brought to my attention,
Now, I just want to ensure that our courtroom is not being manipulated by outside people
no, certainly
that
not.
forced us to stand down, start a few minutes late after the short adjournment. Then I got a request to adjourn because there were people that purportedly wanted to consult with you. I gave you the opportunity. Yes, we made it up with a lunch break, but I don't hear any questions that could emanate from anywhere else. So I just want to ensure that
I hadn't indeed forgotten the question I wanted to ask, or actually make a statement to him in that regard. I've got a note here. I did consult with people, and I will just make a statement in to this witness.
yes.
Sergeant Milstein. When I stated to you that you dropped off accused one at his mother's house, and I stated to you that, put it to you that accused 3 and Nilo was also with them, accused one's mother said she was present there when accused 1 got out. She says her daughter was also present there. And I'm going to ask my Lord that this be admitted provisionally, because I have indicated to them if this has been admitted provisionally that they will have to come and give evidence.
Yes. So you will potentially lead evidence to this effect.
To the effect, I want to lead evidence, I want to put to him that they will give evidence about what he said to them, he now being Mr. Milstein, no disrespect, Sergeant.
That when Mr. Milstein dropped accused number 1 off, both his mother and sister was present, yes?
And then my instructions are that you then said to Mr. Pollis whether accused 3 could hear it or not, in the presence of his mother and his sister, that they cannot partake in the search any further. Because it will be dangerous from them. You recall that?
My Lord, I don't recall saying that.
If your Lordship wants to, I can mention their names. I just thought maybe not at this stage. But I do have the names, my lord.
Yes. So those were the two people you consulted with.
There were other aspects that came up with that, but I am not going to raise it here.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milstein. You may be excused. There won't be time for another witness, does it?
If this is the case, that these are people, as in the court now, that have given these instructions during the break, normal rules of evidence apply and should apply, and that they should no longer be present in court if they are going to be witnesses. Same rules that applies to state witnesses.
Yes. So you've got to make a call, Mr. Karamse. I'm sure you'll have more time this afternoon to consult with the witnesses or the potential witnesses, and then you've got to make a call.
My lord, on that basis of my learned colleague's submission now, it was considered, and it was a concern of accused one's mother that I explained to you, you have to give evidence, then you can't attend the proceedings anymore. And that is a big concern, and I don't think that she would like to not attend the proceedings anymore.
But you can consider any way you wish to deal with it.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
So it's 3:25 now. But of course, we didn't take a proper lunch break, and we started this last session at 1:15. So if we had sat normal time and had our lunch break at a specific time, it would have been past 4 already. Hence, I'm not going to start another new witness now that we will clearly not finish in any event. So the matter will be postponed till Monday morning at 9 o'clock, the 10th of March. Mr. Apollos and Mr. Van Rijn will be held at Malmesbury Correctional Center, and Ms. Smith will be held at Langebaan SABC. Please ensure, as I've asked the parties this morning, that you arrange your things so that we can start at 9 o'clock. I will advise you on Monday, subject to the number of matters I will get for Tuesday, for my 7:30 court roll, that I do on a Tuesday morning at 7:30, whether we might have to adjust our time slightly. At this stage, it looks unlikely, because the past Tuesday I started at 7:30 and I was still here on time at 9. So we'll see how it goes. But I'll know the exact number on the weekend. Thank you. The court will adjourn now. Before I leave the courtroom, those of the court officials, staff, and of the media that has to travel, hope you travel safely and return safely on Monday. Court adjourned.